Vale, estamos en directo. Pues nada, lo de siempre. Vamos a continuar con el Genshin. Cosas que comentar, a ver. Hice lo que dije que iba a hacer, que era básicamente todo el tema de completar las misiones del evento. Como veis, acto uno completado, acto 2 completado, 3 completado y 4 completado, ¿vale? Entonces, me interesaría quizá hacer alguno más por terminar de comprar lo que me falta. Tengo aquí para comprar un par de minerales de refinamiento místico. Aquí también me interesaría comprar alguna de estas guías, por no decir todas, realmente me interesaría comprar todas. Lo único que para comprar todas necesito 180 por 2 360 por 2 640. No, 360, el doble son 720. 720, necesitaría como unos 800. Necesitaría como unos 800 cristales para conseguir todo esto. Y eso lo consigo matando a prácticamente 6 plantas. Tendría que matar a 6 plantas de estas para conseguir todos los cristales para esto. Me da un poco de pereza. Haremos algunos. Pero no voy a hacer los 8 del tirón o los 6 del tirón porque me da mucha pereza. Entonces, bueno, haré alguno, yo que sé, cuando me apetezca. Si es que los hago. Pero la idea sobre todo va a ser la de terminar las misiones que tengo aquí. Misiones secundarias en Espinadragón. Em, y ya está, y luego pues misiones de la historia principal o las misiones aquí legendarias, lo que me vaya apeteciendo. Me interesa también en Espinadragón conseguir los cristales que me faltan porque cuando consiga, creo que me faltan 3 cristales más. Si consigo 3 cristales más, subo lo que es el árbol de Espinadragón. Es que no sé cómo llamarlo, cómo se llama la raíz de no sé qué. Pero vamos, como que si consigo 3 cristales más, subo de nivel y me van a dar un prototipo de lanza. Y con ese prototipo de lanza voy a poder fabricarme una lanza. Que lo he visto y está bastante bien la lanza. Para un personaje de hielo, sobre todo, está muy OP. Pero claro, personaje de hielo con lanza, no sé vosotros, pero yo no conozco ninguno. Pero bueno, a lo que vamos. Me falta aquí la última misión de la montaña. Aparte de la de conseguir el diente de la lanza, que necesito 3 cristales, tengo aquí busca al padre Joel en la ladera oeste de la montaña. Vale, oeste es la izquierda. Entonces vamos a buscar, porque aquí si le doy a navegar creo que no me pone nada. Me dice, sí, en plan, tira por allá, pero me pone algún punto concreto. Ah, sí, sí pone un punto concreto. Vale, pues vamos para allá. No hay TP en esta zona, ¿verdad? No parece que haya TP. Vale, pues nada, vamos para allá. Y ya está, vamos a buscar al padre de Joel. Y ya de paso, pues si me encuentro algún cristal, mejor. Ya digo, me quedan 3. Es que estarán... Lo típico, que a lo mejor están en una esquina del mapa, ¿sabes? Súper perdidos o en algún cofre. Vete tú a saber. Entonces para encontrar... Porque eso es la putada. Los cofres no te aparecen en el minimapa. Los cristales normales, los cristales que están al aire libre, al descubierto, te aparecen en el minimapa. Cuando te acercas, sale en el minimapa. Oye, aquí hay un cristal. Pero los cofres no te aparecen en el minimapa. Y hay cofres que tienen cristales. Entonces, como me faltan 3 cristales, estoy viendo que alguno de esos cristales va a estar en un cofre. Y es... Lo que digo es, si no lo veo, el cofre, no lo voy a encontrar. Porque en el minimapa no me aparece ninguna indicación de que está ahí el cristal ni nada. Entonces, bueno, va a ser un poco horrible. Pero bueno, tengo la ulti de Shanlin, no tengo la ulti. Lo digo para este enemigo. Bueno, pues vamos sin ulti. A base de habilidades elementales. Tiramos esto por aquí, tiramos esto. No necesito curar, así que voy a usar esto. Vale, vamos a tirar otro osito por aquí. Vamos a tirar aquí el hoz. Vale, tiramos la E antes de que se vaya el oso. No me dio tiempo. Cuidado que me mata. Cuidado que me mata. Ahora sí que necesito curarme. Voy a tirar esto. Vamos a tirar esto. Y vamos a curarnos. Vale, esto por aquí. Esto por aquí. Cargamos esto. Y nos curamos otra vez. Vale, con esto ya creo que debería ser suficiente para matarlo. Voy a subir el volumen, por cierto. Y me estoy congelando. Vale, necesito fuego, me estoy congelando. ¿No hay fuego en ningún sitio? No hay fuego en ningún sitio, espectacular. Aquí. Necesito fuego. No, enciende la hoguera. Gracias. Vale, algo de la cima, ¿no? Ha dicho. Buscar Padre Oyer en la cima de la montaña. Vale. Aquí creo que no he estado nunca. No me suena esta zona para nada. Voy a subir el volumen, por cierto, que lo bajé antes. Ajustes, audio. Vale. No sé si en el directo se habría escuchado muy bajo hasta ahora. Es que eso lo bajé para... Vamos, porque estaba muy alto, no por otra cosa. A ver, ¿dónde estará? Mira, en esta zona no he estado. Porque hay cofres aquí. Es lo que digo, estos cofres, si este cofre tuviese un cristal, no me aparecería ninguna indicación en el minimapa. ¿Algún enemigo más? ¿No? Pero bueno, en esta zona no he estado, a ver si tengo suerte y encuentro... Dudo que estén aquí los 3 cristales que me faltan. Pero si encuentro alguno, me doy con un canto en los dientes. Hay una estructura en el minimapa aquí, como un cuadrado. ¿Qué es esto? ¿He estado ahí abajo? Sí, ¿no? Ahí sí he estado, que está el agujero en el suelo. Sí, 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 ahí he estado. No veo así ningún cristal rojo a simple vista. A simple vista no veo nada. Dudo que vaya a encontrar algún cristal por aquí. Dudo que vaya a encontrar algún cristal por aquí. Necesito encender un fuego. Necesito encender un fuego aquí. ¿Y esto? Esto es una mesa para sintetizar. Bueno, lo dicho, que aquí no va a haber cristales. Vale, siguiendo con la misión, tengo que ir ahora ahí arriba. Vale, imagino que la forma más rápida de llegar será haciendo TP. Imagino, no tengo ni idea. Por aquí se accede a la cima. Informa a Joel. Hemos encontrado ya toda la información que necesitábamos. Vale, por aquí ya se sale de lo que es la montaña esta. Ya digo, me he explorado toda la montaña. Es eso, me faltan solo 3 cristales. Que no tengo ni idea de dónde están. A ver si hay suerte y desde aquí veo algo, yo qué sé. Es que desde aquí no voy a ver nada, no voy a conseguir nada. Es que es eso, capaz de que estén los cristales escondidos en algún pico de alguna montaña. Vete tú a saber. Pueden estar en cualquier sitio. A ver si tengo suerte y doy con alguno. Aprovecho que estoy aquí en lo alto de una montaña, yo que sé, para tirarme por cualquier precipicio y a ver si, ¿sabes? Si voy nadando o sea, si voy nadando, si voy volando por el mapa, a lo mejor me cruzo con algún cristal o veo algo, ¿sabes? Por eso hago esto en lugar de hacer TP directamente a... Por ver si tengo suerte y veo algo. O me aparece algo en el minimapa. Lo malo es eso, los que estén dentro de un cofre no me van a aparecer en el minimapa. Pero si consigo ver algo... Hay un cofre allí. Vamos a ver si hay suerte en el cofre. No, parece un cofre normal. Parece un cofre normal y corriente, pero bueno. Además que necesito una fuente de calor. Me estoy quedando aquí helado. Nada, es un cofre normal y corriente. Ya, vale, voy a hacer aquí un descanso básicamente por el que necesito el calor. Aunque bueno, puedo aprovechar a enseñar esto que comentaba. Es lo que digo, creo que me faltan solo 3. ¿Veis? Tengo 7 de 10. Entonces si consigo los 3 que me faltan me dan el prototipo de la lanza. Que lo necesito. Y luego ya a partir de nivel 8 desbloqueas esto. Anhelo escarlata, que no sé lo que es. Pero desbloqueas eso y ya imagino que esto lo conseguirás de alguna otra forma. Pero necesito esos 3. Necesito esos 3. Que no sé dónde están. Vale, tenemos que ir a dónde. Aquí. Tengo por cierto las 160 lunas. Debería gastar las lunas. Ahora veo la forma de gastarlas. Misión completada. Casi subo a nivel 40. Casi. Necesito subir a nivel 40 para muchas recompensas. Poder levelear a mi personaje entre ellas. Vale, a ver, misiones. ¿Me queda alguna misión por aquí? El resto de misiones ya no son de este... Lo que son todas las misiones de la montaña ya las he hecho. Necesito esto. La lanza del norte y para ello necesito los 3 cristales que me faltan y todo el rollo ese. Pero bueno, es lo que hay. Lo que es de la montaña está hecho. Vale, ¿qué podemos hacer ahora? Tengo aquí esta misión de mundo. Vamos a hablar con Flora. Víctor está buscando a alguien que lo haya conseguido algunas flores típicas de muestras. Vale, el problema de esto es que creo que se interpone con una misión de estas legendarias que estoy haciendo. Entonces no puedo hacer la misión de mundo hasta que no termine la misión legendaria. En fin, un rollo. También necesito gastar las lunas. Tengo 160 de 160. Entonces, ¿puedo gastarlas? ¿Dónde puedo gastarlas? Vamos a ver, ¿hay algún enemigo o algún artefacto de dominio que me interese farmear? Completar la espiral del abismo 5,3. Me dan un deseo si lo hago. Lo que pasa es que para esto necesito levelear un poco a los personajes. Jefes. ¿Me interesa algún jefe? Me interesa algún jefe. Imagino que para levelear personajes. Para levelear personajes sobre todo. Vale, tengo que ver... si llama algo lo del dominio. Lo del dominio es que necesito tener 2 equipos completos. Porque hay una... En la espiral del abismo esta... Hay un momento en el que necesitas tener a 2 equipos completos. Entonces no me sirve con tener un equipo main, sino que tengo que tener otro equipo main secundario. Entonces está claro que del equipo secundario tengo a Bárbara de healer, Razor de PS, Diona es la que menos me convence. Sacarosa puede ser una opción. El de hielo este también me gusta mucho. Ese de hielo. Tendríamos a Razor. Agua con hielo y fuego con electro. Me gusta la combinación. Me gusta la combinación. ¿Quién sería el DPS? No sé cuál de los dos es más DPS. Razor, imagino. Bennett para el elemental. Entonces la idea sería cambiar a Diona por Chongyun. Algo así sería el equipo. Y los tengo todos a nivel 50. Vale, no está mal tenerlos todos a nivel 50, pero sería ideal levelearlos. Sería lo suyo. Entonces necesito agua, hielo, fuego, electro. Lo que no sé es el orden. No sé cuál es más DPS. Razor creo que es el más DPS. Y luego Chongyun y Bennett quizá usarlo para el elemental. No lo sé, pero bueno, vamos a hacer una planta de cada tipo. Vamos a hacer... bueno, vamos a hacer el boss electro, la planta de fuego, la planta de hielo y el boss de agua. Y así consigo... me gasto las lunas que tengo. Entonces, por orden, primero el de electro. El de electro está aquí. Vamos a hacer el de electro. Así voy gastando las lunas. Vamos a hacer un boss de cada elemento. Vale, para este boss necesito la ulti de Xianling. Vale, queda la mitad para la ulti. Necesito que Xianling cargue su ulti. Vale, ya tenemos la ulti. Ya tenemos la ulti. Pues la ulti es suficiente para acabar con él. Perfecto. Ahora tiro la ulti. Tiro esto. Y ya con esto es suficiente. Vale, nivel 40, perfecto. Recompensas de esto, nada del otro mundo. Pero lo que necesito son los prismas estos. Vale, y con esto subo a nivel 40, lo cual me viene muy bien. Porque tengo recompensas bastante interesantes. Entre ellas el hecho de que puedo levelear mi personaje hasta nivel 80. Pero bueno, vamos por partes. De momento los bosses. Hemos hecho el electro, ahora toca el de fuego, que la planta de fuego está aquí. Vamos a la planta de fuego. Luego toca hielo. Y por último agua. Luego lo mismo aquí. Tengo otra misión. Que necesito encontrar las piedras estas geo. Y no sé cuántas me faltan. Creo que me faltan 4 o 5. Entonces estoy en las mismas. Es como, me he explorado todo el mundo, pero me faltan encontrar 3 cosillas que estarán escondidas en la esquina más esquinosa. Y no hay manera de quedar con ellas. va a acabar matando. Vamos a curarnos. ¿Ha muerto Fizzle? No ha matado a Fizzle. Realmente me ha matado a Fizzle. Te ocurra volver a matar a Fizzle. Vale. Cuesta un poquillo, pero bueno, ha caído al final. Vale, conseguimos esto, que es lo que necesitábamos. Y nada más interesante, el resto bastante basura. Vale, debería curarme. Vamos a curarnos antes de seguir. Voy a venirme aquí, por ejemplo. Vale, me queda la de hielo y el de agua. Así que vamos a por la planta de hielo. Esa debería ser bastante fácil. Tengo la ulti de... Sí, voy a tener la ulti de Xianlin. Vale, pues con la ulti de Xianlin ¿me puedo curar? Creo que se ha curado al final. Ha tardado como mucho. Bendición de la estatua. Vale, sí, ¿no? Estábamos curados todos. Vale, todos curados. La de hielo. Vamos a por la de hielo. La de hielo está a la derecha. La planta de hielo está aquí. Con la ulti de Xianlin debería ser fácil. Ah, que las han subido de nivel. Vale, decía yo. Digo, por eso me cuesta más matarlas. Está a nivel 72. Pero eso antes he dicho, joder, la planta de fuego me ha costado un montón matarla. Normalmente no me cuesta tanto. Es que las han subido de nivel. Como he llegado a nivel 40, hemos subido de nivel a los enemigos. Por eso cuesta más matarlos. Te puedes morir ya, por favor. Claro, si las he subido de nivel deberían darme mejores recompensas, pero tampoco me están dando gran cosa. Lo típico. Y bueno, una de gladiador, pero poco más. Tampoco me están dando gran cosa. Vale, que hemos completado aquí de fase de batalla. Ah, vale, consumir la resina diaria. Fácil. De las misiones semanales... Mucha resina tengo que gastar en un día y 5 horas. Desafíos de dominio, esto sí que podría hacerlo fácil. Las cacerías también, pero es que me da mucha pereza. Esto del anhelo escarlata no sé qué es. El desafío de la casa dorada tampoco sé qué es. En fin. Vale, pues me queda el último enemigo, que es... el de agua, que es la oceánida que está aquí. Debería tener 40 lunas justo. 41, perfecto. Vale, pues con esta oceánida vamos a terminar de gastar todas las lunas. Y ya me centro en las misiones principales. Vamos, tírame enemigos. Wow, me da. Pues ahora no, porque necesito curarme. Me matan. No. Madre mía. A ver cómo me cargo a estos. Me acabarán matando. Vale, uno muerto. Y el otro se habrá muerto ya. Vamos a ver si puedo curarme un poco. Eso va a explotar. Vale, a ver cómo me cargo a estos pájaros. Es que me matan de 2 golpes. Míralo, madre mía, tío. Esto de que estén a nivel 70. Vaya tortas. ¿Cómo me cargo a estos pájaros sin que me maten a...? Es que no puedo darle si no uso a la arquera. El tema es que si saco a la arquera y le dan un golpe se muere. Es que no. Ay, necesito arqueros, pero... ¿Sí les puedo dar? Sí puedo darles. A ver, por favor, dejad de matarme a la arquera. Madre mía, es que... Ay, Dios. No puedo. No puedo matar a los pájaros si no tengo a la arquera. Me la matan de un golpe. Malditos pájaros, de verdad. Es que no, ¿cómo los mato? No puedo. ...60 segundos, no, no puedo matar a los pájaros. No puedo matar a los pájaros. Me matan a Fizzle de 2 golpes, tío. Madre mía. ¿En qué momento han subido a los enemigos a nivel 72? ¿En qué momento? Estaban tranquilamente los enemigos a nivel 60 y de repente el juego dice: ah, que has llegado a rango 40. Pues espérate, te voy a subir los enemigos a nivel 72 para que te diviertas. Así, sin avisar. Nivel 72. ¿Cómo que tus personajes tienen nivel 70 máximo? Da igual. Nivel 72. Pásatelo bien. Suben de nivel 72 y luego las recompensas siguen siendo igual de malas, ¿eh? Yo de verdad que no lo entiendo. A ver, por favor, no me tires pájaros. Enemigos terrestres. Claro, esta boss fight, si entras en esta boss fight sin arquero, ¿qué haces? Si por lo que sea entras en esta boss fight sin arquero... Voy a sacar a Fizzle lo menos posible, si no, no la matan. $3000 de daño en un golpe, hijo. Vale. Ardillas, vale, las ardillas me parecen bien. Las ardillas, bien. Por favor, que no sean pájaros. Cangrejos y rana, perfecto. Vale. Vale, nada volador. De momento bien. De momento bien. Si no vuela, bien. No debería sacar ahora. Vale, pájaro fuera. Y pájaro fuera. A ver, por favor, nada que vuele. Nada que vuele. Vale. Bien, perfecto, nada que vuela. Así sí. Así sí, si no hay ningún enemigo volador, perfecto. Cantimplora del errante. De verdad, vaya basura de recompensas, tío. Vaya basura de recompensas. Pues listo. Vale. Ahora sí que sí. Vamos a hacer las cosas en orden. Vamos a curarnos primero. Y luego cojo las recompensas por subir al rango 40. Ahí está. Vámonos a Mondstadt. Vale, recompensas de rango 40. Está explorando ya este. Seleccionar personaje, no él mismamente. Y aquí seleccionar personaje, cae ella mismamente. Y estos están ocupados. Vale. Rango 40. 100 protogemas. Esto para extender a mi personaje. 2 lunas, 12 de estos y 9 de estos. Perfecto. Coge recompensa. Cristales, estrellas. Urna plateada real. Daño habilidad definitiva 20%. La definitiva. Aumenta el ataque de todo el miembro del equipo en 20% durante 12 segundos. Bueno. Deseos. A nivel 44 me da un deseo. Deseo al 44 y al 45. Aquí no ha habido... Aquí no ha habido misión. Normalmente tienes una misión. Cuando llegas a cierto nivel, te dan una misión y dicen, vale, cuando completes esta misión, te subimos el nivel de todos los enemigos del mundo. Pero aquí no he tenido esa misión. Aquí directamente me ha subido el nivel. Directamente he llegado al rango 40 y han dicho todos los enemigos, pues subimos de nivel. No me han dado la opción de subir de nivel cuando yo quiera a los enemigos. Lo cual ha sido un poco extraño. Pero bueno, se supone que puedo ascender a mi personaje, ¿verdad? Se supone. Necesito 2 máscaras azules. 2 máscaras azules. ¿Tenía solo 70.000 de oro? Me ha parecido ver que tenía solo 70.000 de oro. Ah, vale, 740.000. Vale, digo, joder, ¿qué ha pasado con mi dinero? Vale, necesito 2 máscaras azules. Y no voy a ir a buscarlas, así que me las voy a fabricar. Sintetizar. Ya tengo mis máscaras azules. Vale. Personaje. Ascender. Ascender. Sube 400 de vida, la defensa, el ataque y el porcentaje de ataque. Todo perfecto. Me dan recompensa. Me dan recompensa por haber subido a nivel personaje. Maravilloso. Pues lo recojo. Vale, puedo ascender. No sé si mejorarlo. Podría mejorarlo, pero de momento creo que voy a dejarlo. ¿Puedo ascender alguno más? Necesito 45 semillas de estas. Qué coñazo, las semillas. De aquí. Necesito también cargarme muchas plantas. Y aquí también buah, es que necesito muchos materiales. Necesito farmear muchos materiales. Me dan mucha pereza. Bueno, así tengo aquí recompensa. Un poquito. Asciendo a un personaje a nivel 5. Hecho. Vale, necesito ascender un arma a nivel 5. ¿Puedo subir un arma a nivel 5? ¿Puedo subir un arma a nivel 5? Esta no cuenta. Necesitaría 6 de estos. Lo podría farmear. Lo podría farmear. Es que necesito también muchas cosas. Vamos a ver si hay algún otro arma. Esto creo que lo miro mejor aquí. Inventario. A ver si hay algún arma que pueda subir. Ascender. Bolas de cañón. Necesito 6. Viernes y domingo no puedo ahora. La de Noel. Ascender. Jueves y domingo. Esta, creo que necesito también las bolas de cañón, efectivamente. El arco de Fisher está a nivel 60. Está a nivel 60, ni eso siquiera. Pues va a ser que no. Va a ser que no. Necesito levelear algún arma que esté a nivel 70. Alguna de las que está a nivel 70. Y creo que la más fácil... Creo que la más fácil de conseguir sería esta. Creo que sería la más fácil de conseguir. Bueno, así es que 6 son bastantes. Pero bueno, si farmeo... Me puede venir bien porque farmeando esto consigo hacer también el pase de batalla semanal de hacer 15 desafíos de dominio, porque necesito hacer 6 más. O sea que farmeando eso completo estas dos cosas a la vez. Puede ser una opción. Ahora me lo pienso si lo hago. De momento vamos a la taberna. ¿Me pone que tengo que ir por detrás o...? Aquí sí. Ah, no, si está Diluc. Diluc con Caella.
The thing about wine is, you have to drink it at the tavern, or you miss out on half the fun.
Seems to me you'd find some way of keeping yourself amused even if you drank alone.
If I didn't know any better, I would say you're being deliberately uncivil.
Just drink responsibly on my premises, okay?
Oh, and if I did have one too many, what then? You'd throw me out along with the trash, is that it?
Throw you out?
You know, the same way you threw out Father's legacy. You sold off his mansion, or maybe you've forgotten.
I see no reason to cling to things that have outlived their purpose.
Is that so? Then I trust you were most swift indeed to part with a certain vase?
Sorry, I have no recollection.
Me? No. I don't imagine any friends. Too busy imagining epic adventures.
Seems our suspicions were right. grown-ups don't appear to have imaginary friends.
Like I said, a lack of childlike wonder.
So people just stop dreaming when they grow up? Okay, well, Paimon for one never wants to grow up.
This raises an interesting question. At what age exactly do people's imaginary friends disappear? Let's go and check. How
Ve a
about
Ellen.
Ellen? Someone of her age, sure.
Vale. Esto, por cierto, es de una misión. Es una misión secundaria con 20.
Paimon finds the idea of not being able to see Ellen's imaginary friend kinda scary.
Es una misión secundaria con 20 en el que tiene como un aparato para ver, un monóculo, y puede ver si la gente tiene amigos imaginarios. Básicamente es una chorrada. Pero bueno, misiones secundarias. Su amiga imaginaria es Jean. Qué bien.
Jean? What is Jean doing here? Is Master Jean Ellen's imaginary friend? So she's so determined to become a knight that she... Okay, that's kind of weird.
Huh? Oh, hello. What are you guys doing?
Are you always training here?
You bet. Today, I heard Stanley talking about his adventures. It was incredible. It got me really pumped up. Oh, I hope I can be as outstanding as him one day.
So that you can fight shoulder to shoulder with Master Jean?
I mean, obviously I want to become a knight. And if I got to go on an adventure with Jean herself, well, even better.
Seems Ellen really looks up to Jean.
Oh, thanks. I was thinking, it's not every day I get to hang out with the honorary knight. Would you join me for some sword training?
No parece
How
que
can
no.
I smash all these training dummies
No
at
parece que
once?
pueda decir que no. Destruye todos los maniquíes al mismo tiempo.
Didn't manage.
Vale.
How can I smash all these training dummies at once?
¿Puedo usar otro personaje? Sí, vale, pues mira.
So that's how to do it. I'm impressed. Oh, thank you. It's clear I still have a long way to go in my training.
So modest. I, for one, think you're quite the pro at this already.
Well, I'm exhausted from training, so clearly my fitness needs some work. One day, though, I'll smash all the training dummies in Mondstadt.
Ellen, she's our girl. If she...
Thanks. Shoot, but I'm so sore from training. I can hardly move. Honorary Knight, could you deliver a message to Jack for me? He's gone adventuring at the Temple of the Lion with Stanley today. Stanley's a truly legendary adventurer, renowned in all of Mondstadt. He once set foot in the Mare Javari. We were gonna meet up tonight and discuss adventure plans. Could you let him know it'll have to be another day? Great! Thank you so much.
Vale, Templo de Leona. ¿Dónde está eso? Ahí. Tengo que entrar en el templo, parece. Aquí, misión, nivel 28. Maravilloso. Para probar personajes. No, gracias. Vale, vamos a hacer esto. No tengo hielo, me la suda bastante.
The Temple of the Lion?
20.
We explored this place once before, didn't we? During the Storm Terror incident. Seems like it's now a hot spot for adventurers. That can only mean one thing. We didn't bag all the loot last time!
Vale, se supone que Venti puede
Looks like
hacer...
we can't go any further.
Not to worry. Allow me. Those who wander in the dust, the wind shall send soaring sky high.
¿Cómo llego hasta ahí? Ah, por favor, no me interrumpáis cuando estoy cogiendo el cofre. Vale. ¿Hay algo aquí? No parece. Voy a poner algún cofre bueno así escondido. Pero parece que no.
Hey, are those guys? Leave it time to clean up.
Think you can get away?
Nice and spicy.
Ahora hablamos con ellos. Vamos primero a coger todo. Voy a hacer que haya algo aquí de valor. No lo hay.
I was so sure I was about to die.
To be fair, that could have gone either way. So, you must be Jack the Adventurer, I assume?
Yes. Who are you?
Actually, we came looking for you.
Ellen has a message for you. She said she won't be able to join you today to plan out your next adventure together. She'll join you some other time.
Oh, I see. I feel bad you had to come all this way to find me, and then had to rescue me.
Huh? I don't see what all the fuss is about. It was nothing that I, Stanley, couldn't have dealt with by myself.
Whoa, you are Stanley? You are that legendary adventurer? Renowned in all of Mondstadt? Who once set foot in the Mare Jafari?
The very same.
I must say, it's an honor to meet one as legendary as yourself. Well then, how would everyone like to proceed? Head back or head further inside?
I think we should keep going. With Stanley by our side, we'll have no problem.
Okay, motion passed by unanimous consent. Let's head further in.
So, I'm guessing you mostly came here because you want to hear my adventure stories. Am I right?
No, we really were just looking for Jack.
Toma,
What?
se lo ha explicado claro el
Do you
20.
know who I am?
El 20 se lo ha
I am
dicho claro.
Stanley, renowned adventurer of Mondstadt.
Yeah, I think we got that.
Your attitude says maybe you don't got that. I am Stanley, the living legend. Stanley who braved the Manjavari.
Enough already! Ugh. Stop name-dropping yourself every time you open your mouth!
It's true, though. Stanley is the most amazing guy.
Vale. Voy a hacer una cosa. Voy a venir aquí.
Jack will listen, won't you?
Voy a venir aquí. Voy a hacer aquí el torbellino hacia adelante. Ahora voy a sacar a Venti. Vamos a tirar esto. Vamos a tirar esto. Vamos a
A sea of ashes stretched out before us, as far as the eye could see. Suddenly, my partner was caught in a whirlpool whipped up by an evil beast. Luckily, I managed to grab hold of him just in time.
Wow. So, did he make it?
Sadly, in the end, I alone was able to set foot on home ground once more.
Vale, aquí vamos a tener que usar esto.
That poor guy. How could that happen?
Jack, you can't cry so easily if you want to be a great adventurer.
I know. Because an adventurer's proudest achievement is to die in the course of their final adventure.
Creo que siguen hablando, qué pesados.
But whatever happens, no adventurer should ever die in a place where the wind doesn't blow. The wind has to bring your spirit back to Mondstadt.
That's right. To die in a place where the wind blows, and to have your spirit carried back to Mondstadt on the wind, that's...
Yeah. Although, most I can aspire to right now is beginner's commissions, like clearing out the slimes, clogging up the sewers.
You can die in a place with no wind.
Oye, no sé si se ha bugueado o es normal que hablen tanto.
Is that why Stanley thinks the Manjavari is the most terrifying place in the world?
Es que no se
Because there's no
callan.
wind there?
Traveler, I believe I've made a small discovery. Could I ask you to use the Nernama detector once more?
What? Stanley has an imaginary friend?
It seems his imaginary friend is a seasoned warrior, covered in scars from head to foot, and a look of staunch determination on his face. You're saying his imaginary friend is an idealized version of his own self? Interesting idea, but is it true?
Please excuse me. I'll be leaving now.
Bye, Stanley.
No va a ser Stanley, el aventurero, el
Do you
legendario
two
este.
still have time to spare?
What is it?
A few days ago, Stanley got drunk and told me a secret. Something he's never told anyone before. The weapons he took on his adventure all those years ago, they were none other than those once wielded by Mondstadt's greatest hero, Vanessa I don't know whether you believe me, but apparently, both the sword and shield are still right here in Mondstadt, over in Dadaupa Gorge. Since you guys are the experts at this, can you come with me to try and retrieve these two legendary weapons? You bet! This is Stanley we're talking about. If I can just get a hold of something impressive enough to show my family what I'm capable of, maybe they'll finally come around to the idea of me being an adventurer. Right now, I'm just a rookie. My abilities are limited, and my parents don't support my goals one bit. So, what do you say? Help a guy out? I can't bring myself to tell Stanley about it, because my reasons are so... selfish. But, I swear I'll give the weapons back to him as soon as I'm done.
Aw, poor Jack. Let's help him out. Venti, you coming too?
I don't know.
Oh, one other thing. I have a bottle of rare vintage wine that I had someone fetch for me a couple years ago. Help me find these weapons, and it's all yours.
Dadaupa Gorge, was it? Let's hurry, there's no time to lose.
Vale. Puto borracho el 20 este. Dios, es malísimo este, ¿eh? Solo por ese plano ya sabemos que es malísimo. Vale, Valle de Dualupa no sé qué. Aquí, ahora está justo al lado. Pues vamos para allá. Muchos minerales aquí, pero es todo hierro, parece. Así no voy a decir que no, porque lo necesito, pero... Tengo que subir aquí arriba.
Hey, that bunch of hilichurls! Are they holding some kind of ceremony? And what's with that pile of knickknacks? Are they worshipping them?
Seems so. That must be the Sword of Brilliant Valor, surely.
Wings of darkness! Come, sever night!
Voy a usar a Noel porque necesito curarme.
Leave it all to me. As a dutiful maid would.
Lo and behold, the Sword of Brilliant Valor.
Are you sure? Looks kind of basic to Paimon, and a little worse for wear, too. Why would hilichurls be bowing down before a piece of junk like this?
Seems somebody tossed an old sword into a pile of spoils these hilichurls were already celebrating.
This is in terrible shape, and it's so basic, I'm at a loss for words.
Say, Jack, have you ever seen an Animo crystal fly? They're found in the open country around Mondstadt City. If you saw one in broad daylight, you wouldn't bat an eyelid. But in the pitch blackness of night, its brilliant glow is mesmerizing. It truly resembles an exquisite crystal dancing in the night air. Is valor not the same? When everything is going your way, it seems meaningless, fades into the background. But when you're in dire straits, valor is the thing that gets you fired up and fighting back.
You're right. You're right. Then this has to be it. This is the Sword of Brilliant Valor.
So, we got our sword. Now we just need that shield. Let's scout around. It's definitely in Dadaupa Gorge, so... Huh?
There's somebody there.
Stanley? What's he doing here?
He's acting so weird.
What happened? Why did you stop all of a sudden?
Huh? Oh, it's nothing. Just one of those Mora-spouting weasel thieves passed by is all.
What? Where? I want to see.
Maybe another time. We have a shield to find, remember?
Me han visto y no dicen nada. Bueno. ese cofre ahí? ¿De cuánto está aquí este cofre? Como no lo he visto nunca. Me da pereza... No, me da pereza. Hasta luego. Vale, vamos a ver. ¿Dónde está esto? Guau, pedazo de escudo.
Lo and behold, the shield of magnificent honor.
Liar, liar, pants on fire. It's a chunk of wood. A chunk of scrap wood with the handle attached. Who in their right mind would use this as a shield?
There's also wine stains on it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this was just taken from a wine barrel.
And yet, my bard's intuition tells me that this is none other than the shield of magnificent honor. Warriors wear their battle scars with pride, and shields are no different. Surely an intact shield is one that has shied away from the battlefield. Is not the broken and splintered shield the one that has fought in countless wars and lived to tell the tale? Though the soldier's body be tired and torn, still they fight till the very end, till they have no blood left to bleed. Such magnificent strength of will. Is that...
You do have a point. Shiny new shields don't stay new and shiny for long. Okay then. Well, maybe if we ask nicely, he'll just let us take the Shield of Magnificent Honor for free. Ahem. Excuse me, Mr. Hilly Churro? Well, okay, you take it from here. Hope you've picked up some Hilly Churlium by now. If not... Uh-oh, he did not seem to appreciate that.
Bueno.
Uh-oh, he did not seem to appreciate that.
Well, if you insist, a tune I shall strum.
Seems cheerful enough. Maybe negotiating will work
De
after
verdad, ¿qué
all.
está pasando?
Oh no, we ticked him off big time.
No sé qué está pasando.
Hey, he dropped the Shield of Magnificent Honor and ran.
Guys, thank you so much. I can't believe I actually found them. Mom, Dad, check out the legendary weapons I found.
Hey, wait! The wine, you promised! And I actually helped a lot this time. What are you doing here, Stanley? Out for a stroll?
Hey, what are you doing here, Bard? Fancy that, huh? You, out for a stroll too?
Oh, that's right. An after-dinner stroll, to be precise. We were also helping a friend look for something.
Paimon's starting to think Stanley might be a fraud. Did Stanley plant the sword and shield here in advance so as to not hurt Jack's feelings?
Adventurers must be pretty familiar with Dadaupa Gorge. You fought battles here before, after all.
You better believe it. I can navigate this whole area with my eyes closed.
Wow. Then I admire your perseverance. And your memory, too.
It's only to be expected of a great adventurer like me. You guys had better watch out, though. This place is crawling with hilichurls. I'll get back to my, stroll now. Goodbye.
Guilty conscience, Nutch.
Well, he shouldn't have gotten so carried away bragging to Jack, should he? Although, on further reflection, I must say I'm intrigued. Someone who can't let go of the past and gives up on the present instead. I wonder, if such a person was forced to take their first step towards the future, which way would they go?
What are you talking about?
I'm just musing to myself. Anyway, I propose we take a trip to Angel's Share tonight.
Vaya misión de mierda. Vaya misión de mierda. Espera que anochezca. No es de noche. Me estás diciendo de verdad que no es de noche.
Tell me, Stan. Tell me, what should I do?
Huh? Why does he keep repeating his own name?
Surely not. Even I've never heard tell of a second Stanley.
Oh, Stanley. It should have been me. I should have been the one to die in the Miljabari that day. Why won't your spirit come and stop me from using your name? Why, Stanley? Why? If only you hadn't had to save a rookie like me, you would have never died in that windless corner of the world. You were a renowned adventurer, destined to become a legend one day. But now, that'll never happen, because your life was cut short, and all because of a worthless tag-along.
Does anyone get what's going on here?
I think our friend really did make it to the Mare Javari. And I think the tragedy he encountered there was real too. But the real adventurer, the real Stanley, that was his partner, not him. The real Stanley is the one who died to save our Stanley.
Wait, so the only reason our Stanley is called Stanley in the first place is because he stole the other Stanley's name?
I fear that may be the case.
Stanley, for so many years I've lived in fear. Fear that Mondstadt will forget all about you. So I tell your adventure stories at every opportunity. Mondstadt must remember. Stanley reached the center of the Mare Javari. He's the greatest adventurer there ever was, and he lives on. Stanley will never die, because I am Stanley. I am Stanley. I'm sorry, Stanley. I'm getting too old. Now, are you guys planning on eavesdropping much longer?
Yikes! We're busted!
¿Puedo levantarme?
Go away. Save your questions. Just leave me in peace.
But...
Leave now. Don't make me tell you again.
Honorary Knight, Venti, and Paimon. I'm so glad you guys are here. I've been looking for you everywhere. I wanted to thank you again for helping me find the sword and shield. My parents are finally supporting me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, really. They even said they're gonna pay for someone to fix up the Sword of Brilliant Valor and Shield of Magnificent Honor for me, so I can take them out on the road.
That's wonderful! So, Jack, is this the part where you bid farewell to Mondstadt and set off on your intrepid trip traversing Tevat?
No, not yet. I still don't have what it takes to go too far from home just yet. Besides, I'm sure Stanley still has a few stories left to tell. They're what inspired me to become an adventurer in the first place. Stanley, Oh, you're drunk again. We'll see you tomorrow then. After your hangover wears off. Maybe you can tell me some more of your stories?
Buenas, Lionel.
Stanley's really fond of that kid, don't you think?
Jack. Jack.
Jack left.
Oh, I see. Well, thank you for not telling him about my secret.
Huh? All of a sudden you're facing the facts? That isn't like you.
Just now, I couldn't bear to look at him. His adventurous spirit is so pure, unblemished. I'm just a weary old feckless fraud. But that kid is a brand new shining star, full of potential. I cannot allow his dreams to be crushed.
You're not a total fraud. Stanley's adventure stories and experiences. They're all true, aren't they?
Stories? Experiences? What's the point of them anymore? To be honest, my memories of adventuring and of Stanley, they're hazy these days. That's my biggest secret of all, and my biggest fear. All these years, I've been living to tell his story. But his personality and the details of his life, I don't remember them clearly anymore. But the one thing I can never forget is that he died in a windless land, where his spirit can never be recovered.
Exactly. Even in his memory, the real Stanley isn't the living, breathing friend he knew at all. Instead, he's become fixed on the image of him as that battle-scarred warrior. And that image has held him captive his entire life.
I'm too old. I never let go. But still, so much has slipped away. I'm completely and utterly worthless. No adventurer should have to go that way. No adventurer ever.
Hans Archibald.
My true name? How did you know? The wind. I can hear the wind blowing in the Mare Javari. I always believed you existed.
¿Cómo?
Will you hand me your old friend's spirit?
No sé qué cojones está pasando.
I can't believe it. Thank you all. And thank you, Lord Barbados. I'm sorry. It's gonna take me some time to calm back down. But I think that I'm gonna be okay.
Qué random todo.
Ah, wonderful! Stanley reconnected with his true self and Jack can finally go his own way. This calls for a celebration. And by celebration, I do, of course, mean libation.
And by libation, you mean you're not leaving this tavern till you're too drunk to walk, right?
No, the wine here's too expensive. Jack still owes me some wine, though. He promised me a rare vintage in exchange for helping him out, remember? I'll head off to fetch the wine. See you shortly. Let's meet at the usual place.
Porque tengo que seguir siguiendo al pesado este.
Huh? Where's that supposed to be? Why has Paimon never heard of it? Hey, Tone Deaf Bard! Oh, hey!
Búscalo en el lugar habitual. O sea, no me lo van a decir de verdad, tengo que ir a buscarlo. A ver, el lugar habitual donde suelo ver a Venti es en la taberna o la catedral. En la catedral. Ay, las misiones legendarias estas secundarias están siendo un poco aburridas, en mi opinión. Por haber llegado a nivel 40 también debería desbloquear las otras, ¿no? ¿O no las desbloqueo? No desbloqueo estas misiones. A lo mejor tengo que tener hechas las otras para poder hacer estas. Pero vamos, muy aburridas en mi opinión las misiones estas. Hombre, mira el 20, ¿dónde está? A ver, no nos caigamos.
You made it. Finally.
Just tell us where you meet next time, okay? We looked everywhere. So, did you at least manage to find your wine?
Yep. Well, sort of. Jack made it out to be a rare collector's edition vintage, when actually it's just a half bottle of regular cider. This takes me back. The first time I saw this view, I hadn't even taken on this form yet. It was about 2,600 years ago, before the world had come under the rule of the Seven. At that time, Old Mondstadt was ruled by a tyrant, who sealed off the city's perimeter with a ferocious hurricane. Even the birds couldn't get in or out.
Old Mondstadt? Oh, Paimon remembers! Nowadays it's known as Storm Terror's lair, right? You mentioned it before.
That's right. The Tyrant of the Winds who once ruled from that tower was Decarabian, god of storms. Back then, I was but a wisp among the 1,000 winds. I wasn't a god of anything. I didn't even have a human form. I was just a tiny elemental being who lived in the wind, a gentle breeze bringing subtle changes for the better, or tiny seeds of hope.
A tiny elemental being? Without a human form? Venti, do you mean you used to look different than you do now?
Yep. My current form is not so different from the situation with fake Stanley. I took the form of a friend. In Old Mondstadt transpired the story to be told. Where a tyrant ruled, I met a boy not that old. The lyre he played, and for a song he sought. But storm walls blocked blue sky. He was sincerely distraught. I do so wish to see the birds in flight, said he, his strong eyes filling with light. But his voice was lost in the howling wind's churn, for the whirlwind takes and gives not in return. The true sky and songs that cageless soar, were they not wishes worth fighting for? So the boy turned, extending his hand. Let us cast down the tyrant and his walls from this land. The young boy raised then the flag of revolt, and I threw myself into freedom's tumult. Victorious were we who fought to be free. Gods fell, winds whipped, nations shook violently. In the smoke, a despot met his doom. And we watched as his great tower fell none too soon. Mondstadt began anew, the story passed down, and since then never has another worn its crown.
So then what? What happened to your friend?
Say, Paimon, do you wish to hear the next part of the story?
Yes, of course! The suspense is killing, Paimon! Now's the time you suddenly get a craving for apples? Really?
Getting a little peckish or something.
Paimon's had it up to here with you!
You know, you're so smart it almost makes me uncomfortable sometimes. But then, maybe it's right that true friends can tell what the other is thinking. A refreshing drink, a gentle breeze. Moments like this always take me back. Back to a song that I first heard from him. Fly, fly away. Like a bird in the sky. See the world on my behalf. To the heavens may you fly.
Bueno, misión de 20 completada parece. No quieres nada más de mí, ¿no? Vale, 20 no quiere nada más de mí. Vale, puedo ver... Sigo sin poder hacer esto. Tendré que hacer la otra misión legendaria. La de Mona. Vamos a ver. ¿Dónde está? Ahí. Por cierto, ¿cómo ando de...? Tengo 478. No me da para tirar ni de coña. Queda bastante para tirar. Vale, ¿dónde tengo que ir? Espero que no sea ahí arriba.
Finally. I almost fell asleep waiting. As usual, my predictions are correct. You, yes you, come with me.
Are you some sort of door-to-door fortune teller? Sorry, but we're not really interested.
You're not from this world, are you? Does my ability to see through your secrets so easily not evoke any memories?
Oh, Paimon remembers! You're that astrologist!
Joder, Paimon, para no recordarla.
That's right. It is I, astrologist Mona Magistus. This time, I would like you to come with me to Mondstadt to reclaim a box that belongs to my master. It was part of an agreement she made with a friend 50 years ago. But she isn't as spry as she used to be, so now it's up to me.
Not sure what getting some box back has to do with us. Why do you need us to come along?
Well, that's because I would also like to take on the Guardian of the Box. My master and her friend contended in the mystic arts all their lives without a clear victor. If I triumph here, then I will show myself to be superior to my master. Well, I want to prove the power and status of astrology, to be precise. Now, from my predictions, I know that my master's friend has left Mondstadt, leaving her successor as the current guardian of that box. Like me, that successor must also be one who has surpassed their teacher. I must not be careless.
but I would prefer to assure my victory in this contest, and upon giving it some thought, you came to mind. The knowledge passed down to me from my master must be passed on in turn. If I were to bring my disciple to meet her, then the lead is already mine, no? And you are Mondstadt's great hero, my equal in status, so... Come on, you don't actually have to become my disciple. You just need to act the part. There's something in it for you as well, should you come with me to get that box. Once I meet that successor and have a chance to exchange knowledge with them, I should be able to read your fate more accurately. Then I will have answers for you, even regarding such distant and foggy matters as gods and kin.
That does seem much faster than searching the land country by country.
A wise decision. That said, I would like to pay a certain place a visit before we go. There is a small inn near Mount Tianheng that never sees a lot of business, even though its food is always great value for the money.
Acompaña a Mona a despedirse de no sé qué. Ahí. Pues vamos para allá.
The owner has always been good to me, so I'd like to say a farewell before I set off.
Well, it's no wonder that an inn set up here has no business.
Mona, oh, you've come at just the right time. Did you see a jade ring while you made your way here?
A jade ring. Can't say I have.
Oh, that's not good. That ring was given to me by my mother, but while my back was turned, it was swallowed up by a slime.
That should be no trouble with Mona here. She's really good at astrology.
Absolutely not. Astrology is meant to be used to gain insight into reality and observe destiny itself. It's certainly not for such mundane affairs.
But didn't you say that the owner here's been good to you?
This is a matter of pride and one's state of mind. If an astrologist thinks that their arts can solve all problems, they will be forsaken by the starry ether. Their divinations will lose the power to guide and will not be able to pierce the fog of the unknown before them. Principles are principles.
Such a powerful ability, and you don't use it to earn a living? What a shame.
Well, I was going to put up 20,000 more as compensation, if you were willing.
20,000? Oh, it's nothing. I was just thinking that the person who finds that ring must be lucky indeed to be able to earn 20,000 mora just like that. Yes, of course. Still, the owner's business has had it pretty hard. It must be a truly extraordinary ring to be worth spending this much mora to find. It wouldn't be right for us to leave like this, so let's help to search for it. There may be other means we can employ besides astrology.
Oh, Paimon knows where this is going.
I know. I'll leave this one to you. This is the first mission I'm giving you as your master.
Since it was swallowed up by a slime, maybe we can use elemental bait to lure all the nearby slimes to us. You remember the stuff we helped Master Diluc make? And Paimon actually kept a small amount. Don't sweat the small stuff.
Seems like you already have a plan.
Yep, we'll be back in a jiffy. The elemental bait's really strong. It will attract all the slimes in the area. Even if they're just slimes, they can be dangerous together, so we'd best prepare ourselves.
Prepararse, Paimon.
Out of the frying pan, by royal decree.
That's it! That's the one! Ah, I thought it was lost forever.
You actually found it. Not bad. Mr. Zhu, you must take care of such precious things a bit better. You might not be so fortunate next time.
You're absolutely right. How would I have faced my family if I had lost the 253rd ring my mother gave me? Let me explain. My family owns 3 jade mines, and in order to ensure that I would be able to find myself a good wife, my mother had many jade accessories made as heirlooms. I think there might be over 500 of them.
Then why would you feel the need to set up an inn here?
Well, inheriting the family business too early unavoidably made things boring. Thank you, all the same. Here's the Mora, as agreed. Please take it.
Then I'll take it gladly.
Eh,
But we did all the work.
A disciple should act like one. How can they steal their master's thunder?
Exactly.
Well, you need to start practicing now. If my rival is as smart as I think they are, they will figure you out in a heartbeat.
What was that rumbling sound?
Oh, right. You mustn't have eaten in days. I'm very sorry. I forgot that you have no...
That didn't happen. Forget it. Well, I suddenly feel that you have indeed contributed to our good fortune. I say we spend this money on treating you to a fine meal. If we travel north, we'll reach the Wongshu Inn. I hear the food there is really good, so let's go try it out. No need to thank me. I'm just doing as a good master should.
Did she say she was treating us? Is Paimon hearing things? Let's go after her for good food!
Vale, comida. ¿Dónde? Aquí.
Since it's Mona's treat, we can order whatever we want, right?
Of course. I am a most generous master, after all. But only if you can finish it all. Wasting food simply will not do.
Excuse me, what would you like to order?
Suena bien la primera.
These are made using large, succulent shrimp wrapped in crispy fried potatoes. They have an amazing texture.
Porque tengo que seguir pidiendo. Vegetariano.
This is a favorite among our regulars. Bamboo shoots, meat, and ham are cooked together, creating a richly flavored soup. Pour a few spoonfuls into each bowl of rice you eat. You'll never get enough of it.
Porque tengo que seguir pidiendo todo.
Though tofu could not be a more ordinary ingredient, it and crab roe are truly a match made in heaven. It's one of our specialties.
Pues lo vamos a pedir todo.
It's exactly what it says on the label. Abalone made from vegetarian ingredients. It's just as good as the real thing.
All of them? We only have 3. No, 2.5 people? Isn't that too much food?
That's not how you count it. Besides, Paimon hasn't even ordered yet. Squirrelfish, Juyu chili chicken, and Jory soup, please.
Sure. And is there anything else you'd like to order, ma'am?
I'd just like to ask, how much do the current dishes cost in total?
Around 20,000 mora.
Joder, si me sale caro comer.
I'll just have some vegetarian noodles, please.
Paimon's been been thinking about something since we started eating. Is it because she actually doesn't have money?
I heard that. I said I was treating. How could I be rattled by something as mundane as Mora? An astrologist's mind is set on studying the stars. Being so easily disturbed by such banal matters would hamper my judgment. Especially the act of overly gratifying oneself using Mora. It is both vulgar and dangerous.
So, not eating the dishes we ordered is also part of an astrologist's pride? Paimon doesn't get it. But it feels kind of bad that only we got to feast. Oh, yes, we can do that. Just give us a minute. You don't use more to fulfill your desires, so it's fine as long as you're not buying anything, right? Let's go borrow the kitchen from the innkeeper.
No me hagas subir arriba, por favor. Me van a hacer subir arriba. Me van a hacer subir arriba, de verdad. Tenía que haber esperado a tener estamina. Bueno. Seguramente hubiese tardado menos haciendo TP, pero bueno.
Hello. How may I help you?
We'd like to borrow the kitchen here.
Ah, I see. In that case, sure. As long as you've prepared your own ingredients, feel free to use the kitchen. If I may add one more thing. You must be quite well versed in the art of cooking, yes? Talented indeed. Actually, I have a small suggestion to make. From your clothes, you're most likely not from around these parts. But since you've come to Liyue, would you like to try making Liyue-style cuisine? I have a recipe for golden crab with me. It's a Liyue cuisine classic.
No tengo cangrejo, así que por
It's
favor no
crab
me hagas
meat that's
cocinar
been rolled in
cangrejo.
flour, deep fried, and then pan fried together with
No tengo
ginger and
cangrejos.
garlic. When you finally plate up, the crab seems to be lying on gold.
Golden crab. Golden crab! Golden crab! Then let's get to it. With your skills in the kitchen, this'll be a cinch.
No tengo cangrejos. Ah, tengo 3. ¿Por qué tengo 3? Porque sí. Porque yo lo valgo. Tengo ya 3 platos hechos por algún motivo. No investigué por ahí abajo, no sé si hay algo aquí abajo. Aquí no fui nunca. Míralo, hay un cofre ahí. Aquí nunca he estado. No parece que haya gran cosa. Pero nunca he estado aquí abajo. ¿Esto que hay aquí qué es? Esto voy a cogerlo básicamente por el desafío semanal de coger objetos de una región determinada. Vale, listo.
There's no need to spend all that effort on me. I'm not in dire need of food. I am a little hungry, but it's not a big deal. This aroma is... Wow, it's incredible. Fine. Since my disciple has put in so much time and effort, I must, with great difficulty, accept. I mean, I never knew that my disciple was this skilled. As your master, I am most comforted. I see that it's no boast to call them Liyue's delicacies. I suppose it wasn't too much to spend all this mora on. It's nothing. Nothing at all. Now that we've eaten and drank our fill, we should be off. If we travel north from here, we should reach the Stone Gate, and from there we will be within the boundaries of Mondstadt. What deep mysteries shall we acquire knowledge of? I'm looking forward to it.
Dirígete a la puerta de piedra. Ahí.
That was tiring, but we're finally in Mondstadt. The quest to plumb the wondrous depths of knowledge is indeed arduous.
Paimon's not tired.
That's because you float.
Well, it doesn't look like an astrologist is all that amazing either.
That's because you have too many unrealistic fantasies about astrology.
Are you also resting your feet here?
Who are you?
Oh, my brothers and I are all merchants. We just finished doing business in Liyue, and we're preparing to head back to Mondstadt. You look rather tired. The cart we hired will be coming in a while. What say you to coming along for the ride? No need, no need. We're already heading that way anyway.
There's no need. Now shoo, get out of our way.
Huh? Miss, is there something wrong?
Cease your pretensions, bandit. Picking up people on the road who appear vulnerable, robbing them blind once they've gotten on the cart, and then taking them to some Archon-forsaken place. Is that your deal?
What are you saying? We came over here to make conversation, and this is how we're rewarded? With insults? If you don't want to get on, don't. Crazy girl.
Well then, shall I tell you now which objects you have on you that are stolen? If you have any quibbles, we can bring people to corroborate what I've said, and all will come to light. If I lose, I'll pay you 20,000 mora. But if I win, then you'll be eating prison rations in Liyue Harbor tonight. How about it? If you're real legitimate businessmen, there's nothing to fear, is there?
You've pushed it too far, brat. I don't know how you found out, but as long as we get rid of you, no one will have to know.
Don't fret, it's just a few bandits. You said earlier that there was nothing amazing about astrologists. Well then, this is a good time to show you what your master can do.
No sé qué hace la... Joder, pues me parece horrible el personaje. Parece malísimo.
Shadows of fate. Fate is upon you. Delve into death.
A ver, que el daño no está mal, pero tampoco... Hace todo daño elemental, eso sí. Hace daño físico. Lo cual en algunos casos puede incluso ser malo, pero... Tampoco me haya parecido gran cosa.
What did you think? Did that satisfy your expectations?
No son increíbles.
Such things are elementary for an astrologist. Lies are worthless before astrology. Destiny and truth are written in the stars. Though it may take more time to garner the specifics, I can read the gist of a situation at a glance.
But you did hit some bumps in the road.
That's because Tivat's stars can only display the fates and truths of this world. Anything related to you becomes like a fog that even I cannot penetrate. That is why I must meet that successor. With our knowledge combined, I might be able to gain new insight into your fate. Whatever the case, you've got everything to gain from this trip. Alright, I'm rested. Let's get this journey to Mondstadt over with.
If only we had a cart.
I thought you weren't tired.
Vale, y ahora... Vale, llega ya a las puertas de Mondstadt. A ver si acaba esta misión legendaria, que es que... No sé, lo llama misiones legendarias porque, yo qué sé, vale, está bien, conoces a un personaje, pasas tiempo con un personaje, pero ya está, luego la misión en sí es una mierda increíble. Todas las misiones legendarias que he tenido, es como, vale, está bien porque pruebas al nuevo personaje, pero no me sueltes ese rollo. Pues suelta unos rollos que no le importan a nadie. Puedo cargarme los pájaros de Timmy. Quiero cargarme los pájaros de Timmy. No os vayáis. Me acerqué demasiado.
Are you ready? Don't shame your master now. We're about to meet that successor. I guess. Wait, no. It won't do if you have no idea at all, even if you are a fake disciple. We have a rule that forbids us from teaching outsiders, but I suppose I could teach you. My astrology is based on hydromancy, and as the name suggests, I use the reflections in water bodies to observe the true starry sky. Allow me to demonstrate. Watch closely now. From the present station and movement of the stars, I see. So that successor is a young, female Knight of Favonius.
Doesn't that sound like Lisa?
We will meet her here presently. Well, that's all the information we need. It seems that even basic astrology can't be grasped in one go. Never mind, I'll explain in detail later. She's here.
Wow, it's you, Mr. Honorary Knight. And Paimon, too. You're back.
That's her. The successor to great knowledge.
Successor?
That's right. I am the astrologist who has plumbed the depths of the ocean of stars. Surely you have long calculated my arrival as well.
An ocean of stars? What's that? Does it have fish in it?
Fish? No, don't play dumb. Is this some kind of game?
I should be the one saying that. I didn't get what you said at all.
But my predictions can't be mistaken. Well, let's make sure. Your mother's name is Alice, isn't it?
That's right. Oh, so you're Mommy's friend. But she's gone very far away.
My readings told me as much. But before she left, she must have imparted her mystical arts to you, surely.
Mystical arts? I don't get it. Mommy only taught me to make jumpy dumpties. So Klee's mother is the friend and rival of Mona's teacher?
Yes. As well versed in astrology as she was, my master knew only astrology. Alice, on the other hand, was skilled in a great many other mystical fields.
Well, Klee's so young. So even if she'd heard this deep knowledge, she might not have understood.
Yes. It seems she has inherited the blood, but not the knowledge. What a miscalculation. There can be no contest like this. Yes. So before Alice left, did she tell you about a 50-year agreement and about a certain box?
Oh, I know this one. So you're here for that box. I'll look. Wait here. Not this one. Or this one. No, it's not this one either. Ah, I remember now. I buried it together with my new treasure at Windrise. Wait for me. I'll be right back. Klee, don't just run off. Don't you need the things in your pack?
I'll help her pack these things back in. You go after her. Looking at how rash she is, I worry for the box.
Elimina a los monstruos y salva a Alan.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Bueno, de nada supongo. Vale, ¿dónde está la otra? 200 metros, ¿cómo que 200 metros? Joder, qué pesada, Klee.
Nice and spicy. Oz, repeat.
Windblade.
We're here. This is it. Let's dig it up. It can't be. I put a sign here. There's no mistake. Ah! Dendro's lines! damaged in the explosions. Retrieval complete! Let's bring it back!
You're back at last. The wait was exceedingly dull. I had intended to read a book to pass the time, but this one was just some ridiculous diary. Nothing of note in it at all. It dropped from Klee's backpack, so I thought it might contain some ancient knowledge, but... Never mind that. So, did you find the box?
We did. It's in perfect shape.
That's wonderful! Wait a moment. Why isn't it locked? And why is it empty?
Huh? Well, it's because I borrowed this box to store my treasures.
Borrowed?
But since you're here for the box, I took all my treasures out. That's why it's empty.
You used it to store your things? Then where are the original contents of the box? That's what I want.
Oh, you want the thing that used to be in the box? You should have said so.
Joder, Claire es
You haven't
tontísima.
broken it, have you?
No, it's not broken at all. It's the book in your hand.
What? This. So this book, this diary, is that Hag's... It's her diary from 50 years ago? The thing she wanted back after 50 years was the dark history of her youth? I'm finished. No wonder that old woman said I should not look at it no matter what, or she'd rip me to shreds.
Am I in trouble? It was you who said you wanted the box. You didn't say anything about the thing inside. I don't know anything. I'm leaving. Bye.
Well, if you don't say anything, your master won't find out, will she?
Impossible. Astrology can see through all lies. You've seen it yourself. After having spent all my mora to come to Mondstadt, not only have I gained no knowledge, but now I can't return. How did it come to this?
That's so sad. Maybe you could forget everything in that book and then go back.
That's... too difficult. And even if I wanted to stay in Mondstadt, it would be yes. I mean, no. You really have no way with words.
Well, then you'll just have to go back and face your master.
Stop talking about it. I guess I'll have to... I'll just have to stay in Mondstadt temporarily. Once that old crone's reached the end of her days, I'll be free. But what will I do about my astrology research? No, wait, I don't even have a place to stay.
About that, we can go ask Catherine at the Adventurers Guild. Let's see if she can help.
The Adventurers Guild? Ah, right. You can do commissions for them in exchange for... You know what I mean, don't you? Oh, thanks. Never mind, it's nothing.
Por cierto, tengo ya la misión aquí de hablar con Flora. Tenía una misión aquí pendiente.
Fresh fruit, only at Quinn's Fruit.
Ad Astra Abyssath. I see. I understand the situation. There is a magic laboratory in Mondstadt that has been sealed by some unknown person. Although we have a few specialists who could break the seal, they all have their own labs and aren't that interested in the matter. I believe that if the astrologist you mentioned can break the seal, the owner of that house wouldn't mind if she stayed there. All right. Then allow me to tell you where the house is.
Dirígete al laboratorio mágico. Vale. Ah, va a ser el edificio este que tiene el icono así raro. Sí, esto. Que tiene este icono.
The person who placed this seal is by no means simple. Breaking this seal by force is nigh on impossible. Interesting. I suppose it's worth using my astrology on. Let me see. I see. So, if you first, and then you... Alright, it's open.
Holy moly, that's amazing! Now we just need to go back to Catherine and you'll be able to stay here.
No need, no need. You have my utmost thanks.
You are?
Oh, I'm Goth, the owner of this house. I passed by the Adventurers Guild a while back, and Catherine told me about the matter. I never thought this troublesome seal would be dispelled so quickly.
Does that mean I can stay here?
Of course, of course. The facilities inside were just being left there anyway. I would be glad to have someone make use of them. To express my thanks, I shall rent this building to you at the lowest possible price.
Rent? I didn't hear anything about rent, and I helped out too.
Well, yes, of course, I understand. I am most thankful to you for that. So rest assured that I will give you the best rates.
I mean... Paimon thinks Mona's misunderstood something, but...
I guess I don't have any other choice. I'll rent this place.
Great! Then we are agreed. I will go prepare the documentation. Please wait here.
Thanks for your help. Also, well, I'm very sorry, but I won't be able to do what I agreed to help you with just yet. Without the necessary tools and without new knowledge, it will take me some time to see your destiny clearly. But I promise that I'll do a reading for you first thing once I'm ready. Yes, I don't really know what to do, but I'll do my best. I wish you both safe travels. As for me, I need to think of the future as well.
How is she gonna make a living if she doesn't use astrology to make money? Maybe we should come back and check on her once in a while. It would really be bad if she fainted from hunger in there.
Vale. Misión legendaria terminada. Bastante basura de misión legendaria, pero oye. Entonces ahora puedo venir aquí de vez en cuando. A ver a Mon.
Oh, it's you! I'm currently running some tests related to... Don't worry about me fainting from hunger. In any case, I've...
Ah, bueno, pues está bien. No nos abre ni la puerta, pero está bien. Vale, entonces, a ver, tengo curiosidad. Entonces ahora las misiones legendarias, ¿qué pasa con ellas? Siguen bloqueadas. ¿Por qué están bloqueadas? Capítulo 1, acto 3, una nueva estrella en ascenso. ¿Qué narices está hablando? Tengo que hacer misiones de la historia principal primero. Bueno, pues vamos a hacer misiones de la historia principal. ¿Esto qué es? Habla con Charles. Vale. Esta es la última misión de mundo que me falta. De las que puedo hacer. Las otras misiones de mundo todavía no puedo completarlas, así que de momento nada. Pero bueno, con esto ya, con esta misión, si la termino ya estaría el día de misiones, por así decirlo. Tendría ya todas las misiones hechas. Y podría ya centrarme en la historia principal. Vamos a hacer buscar cosa. Voy a tener que buscar ingredientes, qué bien. No me da pereza ni nada. A ver. Tiene que ser una misión corta. Al ser una misión secundaria, imagino que será cosa de un momento. ¿A dónde tengo que ir? Tengo que ir aquí. A ver, no sé qué estoy buscando exactamente. Vamos a cargarnos a todos los enemigos. Vale, ingredientes del cóctel. Listo, vale, hay que volver a hablar con Charles. Pues vamos a volver. Aquí... No, aquí punto teletransporte. Voy a dejar la botella. Vale. ¿Ya? Habla con Víctor. ¿Quién es Víctor? ¿Con qué Víctor tenemos que hablar? $200 metros. ¿Dónde está este Víctor? Joder, Víctor, tienes que estar ahí arriba. Vamos a hacer TP.
knights can do for you.
Vale, misión completada. Vale, no parece que tenga que hacer nada más aquí. Vale, con esto damos por terminadas ya las misiones del mundo. Al menos las que puedo hacer hasta ahora. Misiones. Vale, me queda esto de los pilares de la paz, que necesito encontrar unas cosas, y necesito esto, necesito encontrar lo de la lanza. Pues listo, ya solo queda la misión de la historia principal. Así que por fin vamos a hacer misiones de la historia principal. Vale, tengo que ir aquí. He estado aquí no hace mucho. De hecho, este acertijo ya lo he resuelto, así que voy a eliminar la marca. Estuve aquí hace poco y resolví ese acertijo. Segundo. Vale. Estoy... Segundo. Tenía que responder una cosa de la universidad. Vale, a ver, vamos a ver. ¿Dónde tenemos que ir? Seguro que he cogido el camino más difícil. Vale, 88 metros en esta dirección.
Here. And some stacks of blank paper too. What are they for? I haven't seen this pattern before. But where? Oh, Paimon knows! It looks just like the sigil of permission the child gave you. But how did a relic of the Adepti end up in the hands of someone like Child? Oh, that's right. Cloud Retainer said that when the Lord of Geo created the Sigil of Permission, it wasn't to be used as some old relic. Talismans like that were once used in the Archon War to channel divine powers. Maybe the Fatui are copying the Sigil of Permission in hopes of achieving a similar effect. Being able to channel divine power in battle? Whew, that sounds pretty and the plot thickens. We'll need to keep an eye on Child, that's for sure. Alright, that's enough sticking around here. We gotta go meet up with Zhongli soon. The last stop on our rite of parting preparations tour is Dihua Marsh. Let's go! Paimon hates being late.
Realmente con Zhongli en el pantano. Vale, ¿y ese pantano dónde está? Ahí. Pues vamos para allá. Estoy pensando debería farmear materiales para levelear a mis personajes. Ahora que ha subido el nivel del mundo, debería levelear a mis personajes. No voy a luchar con este bicho, no tengo ni las ganas ni la necesidad de luchar con él. Vamos a hablar con Zhongli. Hay hierro ahí, no me hace falta.
Right on time. I myself only arrived moments ago. Did you enjoy your visit to the Jade Chamber?
It was so big and pretty and expensive. Paimon's never seen such a fancy schmancy place before.
Indeed. It's second to none in all of Liyue. Then you met with Ningguang, I trust? What did you talk about with her?
She's super rich and so generous. Paimon thinks she's very friendly. Yeah, his take on Ningguang is quite different from Paimon's. He thinks that even the tactless Yuheng is more trustworthy than her.
Oh, so you also met with Keqing then? What did she have to say?
She said the time of the Adepti has long passed. If even the Liyue Qixing don't want to face that truth, then what future is there for Liyue?
No respect for the divine. Indeed, contrary to the ever-bold Keqing, Ningguang is more of a businesswoman at heart, though they are both members of the Qixing. Although she's friendly, there's no way of clearly discerning her true intentions. Yes, she has only relied on herself to rise to her current position. No ordinary person could ever achieve that. It's said that she's the one behind the constant expansion of the Jade Chamber. It's the second most important thing to her. Even if she ever gave up the position of Tianquan, she would never give up the Jade Chamber.
The Jade Chamber is only second. What's the most important thing to her then?
Why, Mora, of course.
All Ningguang talked about was the Fatui this and the Fatui that. She said that after Rex Lapis was murdered, the Fatui have constantly been trying to sink their fingers into Liyue, and that they aren't to be trusted.
That is how the Fatui have always been. It doesn't surprise me in the least. No matter what they may be planning, you must be careful when dealing with the Fatui. Always be on your guard.
So, is there anything we need to get for the rite of parting in Dihua Marsh?
Yes, as a matter of fact, there is. Today, we'll be gathering wild glaze lilies.
Glaze lilies? But why did we come all the way out here? Doesn't the garden in Yujing Terrace have some? Even Qingse Village has glaze lilies. Oh, right! Paimon remembers that Madame Ping is always tending to flowers. Maybe we could ask her.
No. Those lilies have all been gardened by people. They won't do it all. Dihua Marsh used to be full of glaze lilies. It is a sort of joyful flower that listens to human song. Before the Archon War, Dihua Marsh was all dry land and fertile soil. But the war caused landslides, and the land was flooded, turning it into the marsh you see now. Nearly all the glaze lilies were wiped out. Of course, there are some kinds of flowers that have been preserved and gardened by people in the city. But very few people know that glaze lilies may still be found in the wild. Wild glaze lilies have the strongest fragrance. If we want to follow the true tradition of the rite of parting, we must grind up the wild lilies and place the powder in a censer of everlasting incense. But I'll need your assistance in gathering these flowers. No, I need you to sing to them. Singing to the flowers will make them more fragrant.
So how good is your singing?
Soy un profesional.
Really? Why doesn't Paimon believe you?
We'll only know once he starts singing.
Necesito eso. Necesito eso.
Boba, get them!
Necesito esa gema. Necesito esta gema ya. Espectacular. No he estado en esta zona. Hay cofres ahí que no he abierto. Ven aquí. Mira, le he clavado, he caído justo en la cima. Que no quiero cocinar. Echar un vistazo por ver si hay más gemas de estas por aquí, ya que parece que en esta zona no he estado. Vaya a ser que me deje aquí algo. ¿Dónde está la otra? Ah. ¿Cómo no he estado nunca en esta zona? Qué raro. A ver, ¿hay algún cristal más de estos por aquí? Cangrejos, necesito también cangrejos. Se me ha escapado. Vale, a ver, algo más que me haya podido dejar por aquí. Esto sí que me suena. Aquí sí que creo que he estado. Aquí ya sí que he estado, yo creo. Vale, no veo ninguna marca más. No veo marcas. Ya digo, no lo entiendo. Por algún motivo esa zona en concreto no la llegué a visitar. Se me debió de pasar. Y justo había una gema de estas que necesito encontrar. Ya digo, me faltan... Es que no sé, creo que menos... No sé cuántas me faltan exactamente. Creo que me quedaban como 5 o así. O menos. Sí, mira, esta zona se ve que no... Se ve que aquí no estuve. Se me dio de pasar... Se me pasó por completos. Me voy por aquí, supongo. A ver si encuentro alguna gema más. Allí sí que he estado porque está ese puzzle resuelto.
It's time to sing whenever you're ready.
La primera vez que escucho hablar a mi personaje. Esa canción es la que canta Klee, ¿no? Creo que es Klee. No. No es Bárbara la que canta eso. Eso lo canta Bárbara. Vaya.
They look really angry. Is this because you sang a song for Mondstadt that they don't understand here in Liyue? Nova, get them! Shadow Raven, let night fall! Those weren't glaze lilies. Glaze lilies wouldn't hit people.
This little monster is known as a whopper flower. Strange. These petals look interesting. The glaze lilies used as a disguise were buried with the whopper flower for too long. The result seems to have surprisingly potent medicinal value. Let's collect what we can of these petals.
Well, that's nice and all, but will those petals be useful for the rite of parting?
Unfortunately, no.
That's so lame.
Excuse me.
¿Y esta
Are
quién
you
es?
searching for glaze lilies?
Can you?
Oh, hey, it's... What's her face?
Hello, traveler. I'm surprised you still remember my name.
No tengo ni idea de quién es.
That reminds me. How was your visit to the Jade Chamber?
Se me ha olvidado
Sure would
completamente.
have been better if you told us how to get up there.
Didn't I tell you the way? Surely I did.
Nope, we found the way on our own.
Oh, I see. Uh-oh. I guess I really did forget to tell them.
Huh. Something seems a little off about Ganyu. She's acting different from the first time we met. Where's her serious attitude now?
Ah, well, I met you at that time as an emissary of the Tianquan. But now, I am simply out on a stroll to see the flowers.
You came all the way out here to see the flowers? Why not just enjoy the gardens of the city?
Yujing Terrace is where Rex Lapis parted from this world. If I strolled through those lonely gardens now, I wouldn't be able to bear it. Whenever my duties take me near Yujing Terrace these days, I draw the windows to block my view of the gardens.
Oh, sorry. We shouldn't have brought it up.
No, it's quite all right. I just haven't processed my emotions yet. When the Archon War came to its end 2,000 years ago, the first iteration of the Seven would gather in Liyue and drink with Rex Lapis. But 5 of those original 7 had already passed before Rex Lapis. It's truly a changing of the guard. Yes. Now that the spirit of Rex Lapis has returned to the heavens, only Barbados of Mondstadt remains of the first 7. The other 5, including Inazuma's Raiden Shogun, are no longer the same friends from 2,000 years ago. Of the current 7 Archons, the youngest is Sumeru's god of Dendro. He is merely 500 years old, whereas Rex Lapis was more than 6,000 years old at the time of his passing. This means that Liyue had been under Rex Lapis's rule from the moment it was first founded 3,700 years ago. The city has never had to bid farewell to its deity.
So what do you think of this farewell?
Huh? This is a little sudden. As a mortal, I've never dared to imagine a Liyue without Rex Lapis. But as an Adeptus, I think I will eventually come to grips with reality. Since Rex Lapis has passed, the time of Liyue's contract with the gods and Adepti has now reached its end.
Huh? Did you just say, as an Adeptus?
Yes, I am a mix of human and Chilean. Adeptus blood flows through my veins. I fought for Rex Lapis and the city of Liyue during the Archon War. After the war ended, I signed a contract with Rex Lapis and took the position as secretary for the Qixing. I've continued those duties to this very day. Well, let's save that conversation for another day. You say that you are here looking for glaze lilies? I also know where wild glaze lilies can be found. See, I've just picked one myself. Here, you may have it if you wish.
We dare not refuse it.
Oh, so did you sing a song before you picked the lily?
Indeed, I did. I know this tradition well. In fact, I sang a local Liyue ballad to it.
Wow, so you really know your stuff, too. Thanks, Gunyu.
No, it is you who I should be thanking. If not for this chance meeting, I never thought that I would be able to contribute to the upcoming farewell for our ancient lord. If you would excuse me, I should return to my work now. Good luck.
And that just about does it. Our preparations for the rite of parting are mostly finished. Given the ease of picking glaze lilies, I think this was a fitting end to our tasks, in more ways.
Yeah, Paimon can already imagine him starting a business in Liyue.
I've had enough ventures in my life already. Beginning a new undertaking is always difficult at first, and requires no small amount of effort. And once business is at full steam, the stress of it all only wears away at you over time. So you must be careful to take the time to step back and re-examine yourself. If left unchecked, the wear and tear on your heart may go well past mending.
Wow. See? Xiangli sounds like he's already seen it all. Alright, I think it's about time we head back to Liyue Harbor now.
Lirio de cristal salvaje. Vale, ¿hay alguna cosa por aquí que me pudiera haber dejado? ¿Algún geomúnculo? No parece. Esta zona ya sí me suena.
By royal decree.
Vaya recompensas de mierda que me dan, de verdad. Para haber subido de nivel de mundo. Vaya recompensas. Aquí ya he estado. Aquí ya he estado y no hay nada. No sé dónde pueden estar las gemas que me faltan por encontrar, pero bueno, ya las iré encontrando, supongo. Vale, volvemos a la entrada de... A la entrada de Liyue.
What happened? The city gate is swarming with Millilith and... the Fatui?
Ah, you're the consultant to Wangsheng Funeral Parlor. Mr. Zhongli, I presume. The Millilith are watching our every move now. These are desperate times. We mustn't act rashly.
Desperate times?
The Adepti of Joyun Karst are finally on the move.
Do they intend to exercise force?
Most likely. I've heard that some members of the Qixing have already gone to meet them. Well, I say meet, but it's more like they're attempting to stall the Adepti outside the city. However, both sides were quite obstinate and hit an impasse.
It seems inevitable, given the current situation.
The Adepti do not acknowledge the Qixing. They only acknowledge the contracts of the Geo-Archon. If the two sides come to blows, Liyue Harbor will be in no position to stop them.
Surely the Liyue Qixing are not the sort to give in so easily.
Their boneheadedness is known throughout the lands. Yet it's because of that obstinacy that mortals and Adepti are now on the verge of conflict.
And what now? How is it that the Fatui have come under fire?
That's all Ningguang's doing. She proclaimed that in these tumultuous times, the Millilith must rein in the actions of the Fatui. Only now do they want to start keeping tabs on us? That's the Qixing for you. Anyway, Mr. Zhongli, you're one of Child's close associates. Please understand that your actions will reflect on us. Don't let anyone catch you off guard.
It looks like things are about to boil over in Liyue Harbor.
Do you intend to use your neutral identity as an intermediary between both sides? Or will you use your sword to turn the balance? Neither path is an easy one.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Zhongli, we've heard that the Wangsheng Funeral Parlor has also been caught up in all of this. They're currently squaring off with the authorities at the gates.
Things are taking a turn for the worse. I'm afraid I must leave now to handle things back at Wangsheng Funeral Parlor. I hope that Master Hu has been able to keep things under control for the moment. Consider your next course of action carefully, Traveler. If you're trying to prevent an explosion, it may be wisest to look for the fuse first.
Having connections with the Fatui seems to be quite the double-edged sword. So what does Zhongli mean by looking for the fuse? Oh, Paimon gets it. If there's anyone that wants to see the whole city turned upside down, it's definitely him. He must be waiting for the moment when no one is watching to do something really bad. But where could we find him now? Where would he go at a time like this?
Dirígete a la Casa Dorada. Casa Dorada, ¿eso no era un evento de esta semana? Tengo que ir ahí arriba. No hay ningún punto para hacer TP. Así voy a tener que ir a pie. Había un evento de una Casa Dorada en los desafíos semanales. Además por esa zona de allí creo que no he explorado mucho, así que puede que me encuentre las gemas estas que me faltan. No sé por qué vengo por aquí, no sigo el camino. Vamos a seguir el camino. A ver si tengo suerte y encuentro alguna de las gemas que me hacen falta. ¿Cofres en algún sitio? No veo ninguno. No me aparece ninguna gema en el minimapa, ¿eh? Tampoco veo cofres. Voy a darme una vuelta por aquí a ver si veo algo. Ni un cofre, ni una gema, nada. Cuando digo gemas me refiero a gemúnculos. Nada, absolutamente nada. Vamos a entrar. Sombra dorada, nivel recomendado 30. Creo que vamos bien. Me voy a enfrentar ya a Childe. Va a ser la final boss.
Wow! This is the Golden House? It looked impressive enough from the outside, but who would have guessed that it was even fancier on the inside? And so full of Mora. This is where all of Teyvat's Mora is minted, right? In that case, maybe they won't notice if a few Mora go missing. Oh, so it's a trap! Tricky, tricky. Good thing Paimon's got you here. But even if we can't take any, we can still have a closer look, right? Or better yet, take a nap on top of a mountain of Mora. It's like a dream come true. Oh, right. Back to business. It's quiet. Too quiet. Surely someone's gotta be guarding something as important as the Exuvia. Huh? Look! What happened here? Uh-oh. Paimon smells trouble. Quick! We have to go make sure that the Exuvia is all right.
You've already fulfilled your task as guides, so why do you still linger here? Haven't you already seen enough trouble for today?
Huh? Who's there?
If you were Fatui, I imagine that you would be entitled to a generous reward from the Tsaritsa herself. But now, you're nothing but dross, and you're in my way. Where should I start? Well, I've never been one to beat around the bush, you know. But who could have possibly guessed that the god of Geo would mysteriously perish the very moment I arrived in Liyue, and that the Exuvia would subsequently be hidden away? If it weren't for that lovely little rite of parting ceremony you put together, it would have taken me a whole lot longer to get the information I needed. Stopping the Mora Mints, hiding away the Exuvia. The Chising are really pulling out all the stops this time.
So you've been planning to take the Gnosis from inside the Exuvia all along?
As one of the 11 Fatui Harbingers, it's my duty to see the will of the Tsaritsa fulfilled. She will get that which she desires. I'm not asking for your blessing, and there's nothing you can do to stop me anyway. The time for discussion and diplomacy has already passed. I mean, if it were up to me, I would have skipped that stage to begin with. But I'm willing to do as the Tsaritsa deems fit. Either way, we now come to my favorite part. A simple pleasure, and one that I am oh so delighted to be sharing with you. The battle.
Battle? So you're the type that goes looking for trouble, huh?
You could say that. When Signora offended the deities outside the cathedral in Mondstadt, she swiftly left the scene once her mission was accomplished. Instead of confronting you directly, she chose to rely on the snow and ice to make her escape. She wouldn't want the knights to come running towards the sound of battle now, would she? When she faces a worthy opponent, she will prioritize her mission, weigh the outcomes, and consider the consequences of her actions. But as for me, the greatest pleasure of being a harbinger lies in crossing blades with strong opponents.
Mucho texto, Nobile. Vamos a
What
pegarnos.
happened in Mondstadt ever happen again?
Oh, so
Demasiado
you
texto.
intend to fight me? Good. I won't kill you, Traveler. I'll just play along, to feel the thrill of battle. Besides, you could never defeat me, not even in your wildest dreams. But hey, try to relish the fight anyway. Fighting talk, I love it. Now let's see you live up to it.
Mucho texto.
This chance is hard to come by, so show me all you've got. So very few ever get the chance to square off with a Fatui Harbinger. So come now, amuse me, and don't you dare disappoint. Poor timing.
Time to clean up.
Oz, reveal that.
Passable effort. You've made some progress. Cowering
¿Qué le
already?
está pasando a tu barra de vida, Childe?
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Not bad. Not bad. You've got a trick or two. Ha! Good. No wonder Signora was so wary of you. Well, that just means I can go all out. Brace yourself. This is about to get tough. Now, show me what you can do against the might of a Harbinger.
Leave it all to me.
You've got some skills.
I'll catch up. Nice and spicy.
I'll crush you.
Oz, reveal that.
I must leave no stone unturned.
No use hiding back there.
Pero bueno, ¿qué le ha pasado a tu barra de vida? No mientas, pero si he ganado. Pero si he ganado, ¿por qué miente la cinemática?
But that's about as far as you'll get.
¿Por qué miente la cinemática si claramente le he dado una paliza?
Didn't think you had that card hidden up your sleeve.
You were just playing us to get close to the Exuvia.
Oh, quiet down. Stop acting like some wide-eyed recruit. You've seen this world. You of all people should know. This should have been expected. Well then, I'll be taking more Axis Gnosis now. I see. Well, this is most unexpected. You beat me to it, didn't you?
Tartaglia.
Not bad. But this is going to cost you! thought the Gnosis ahead of me, didn't you? Simply move faster. Did you leak the information regarding the Golden House to me on purpose? No matter. Hand the Gnosis over, now! Don't make me take it from you.
We didn't take it!
Leave it all to me.
Someone at the fry pan!
As you wish, mein Fräulein. Disappear!
As a good knight should. Leave it all to me. Look. I'll catch up.
Nice and smart.
Hostia, el daño.
By royal decree.
Leave it all to me.
Die.
Windblade!
You're cut.
Look! Child's back to normal again!
Well then, time to cool off. It seems the burden of the foul legacy transformation was too great for my body. I lacked the opportunity to think this through. And now that I consider the matter more carefully, you never had any chance of beating me to the Gnosis. You had no connection to the Gnosis, no matter where it had been taken.
That's what we've been trying to tell you! We didn't take it!
Your show of ability today far surpasses that of Signora's initial assessment of you in Mondstadt. Tell me, how could that be? You already know the answer, don't you? I can see it in your eyes. But if that is a secret you wish to keep, I guess I'll just have to curb my curiosity. This battle has already left me satisfied. Anyone who strives as I do to grow stronger shall be called a friend, even if our friendship can only be shown in battle against one another.
Pretty sure that's not the normal way to make friends.
Unfortunately, I must bring this amiable conversation to an end. My quest still beckons. Given that the Gnosis wasn't taken by anyone, then we must look once again to the beginning. Perhaps it was never in the Exuvia to begin with. In fact, it might be that the Exuvia was just a diversion of sorts.
What? So you mean that...
Yes, it appears so. Interesting to say the least. It seems that the guardian deity of the capital of commerce is also well versed in little maneuvers beyond the boundaries of contracts. As such, we must now look to our backup plan.
Backup plan?
I had hoped it would never come to this. I absolutely detest working with those who are weaker than I. The truth is, the world belongs to those of us who desire to become strong. I seldom willingly mingle with any dull and boring weaklings who think otherwise. Unfortunately, we cannot be picky about our methods as Fatui Harbingers. Children must all learn to eat their vegetables sometime.
So what are you planning to do?
I will awaken the god that lies dormant beneath Guyon's stone forest.
A god?
Osial, overlord of the Vortex, who was defeated by Morax, the Geo-Archon in the Archon War, and who has remained pinned beneath the waves by the Geo-Archon's stone spears ever since. If such an ancient god were to be unleashed upon Liyue Harbor, defenseless without the protection of its deity, do you think the cunning Rex Lapis would just stand aloof and watch the ensuing destruction?
But the Archon War ended 2,000 years ago. How can an ancient god appear in a world now overseen by the Seven?
Simple. I've already prepared the means to awaken it.
Hey, those are sigils of permission. Oh, Paimon remembers now. The Fatui have been researching them.
Indeed. The one that was given to you was just a byproduct of our research. With the power of so many sigils of permission concentrated in one place, along with that which was bestowed upon me as a harbinger by our Tsaritsa, breaking the subduing might of the Geo-Archon spears for a time should be no obstacle. Using the powers of ancient gods in such a situation fails to interest me, and is largely against my principles. But knowing that such an action will not only force the Geo-Archon to show its hand, but you as well, that makes matters a little more intriguing.
Increíble cantidad de texto que se suelta el chill de este.
Let's see. Will the nation that has lost its deity be swallowed up by an ancient malice once more? If you wish to drown together with the people of Liyue, you're free to stay and enjoy the show.
Huh? He's already gone. That guy is fast. What's going on?
El templo de Ningguang. Se va a cargar el templo de Ningguang.
Paimon's exhausted. If we hadn't happened to see the Jade Chamber flying over just as we came out of the Golden House, we really wouldn't have known which way to go. Did we make it in time? Is the Overlord of the Vortex still in the sea? It hasn't destroyed Liyue yet, has it?
What are you doing here?
Huh? Hold on. It's the Adepti. What are you doing on the Jade Chamber? Paimon thought you were arguing with the Qixing. Is the fighting over?
Faced with a calamity of such magnitude, we have agreed to put our differences aside for now and unite against this common enemy.
Oh, Paimon gets it. So how do you plan to defend Liyue? Just seeing this Overlord of the Vortex guy puts a pit in Paimon's tummy, even from all the way out here.
It's not just you. We've got new Millilith recruits who can't even stand at attention without shaking. The force of an ancient god's presence seems to be too much for ordinary people to handle. Which is why we must stop that monster before it gets any closer to Liyue Harbor.
So the Archon War was fought 2,000 years ago against enemies like that thing? Now that's scary. So will the power of the Qixing, Millilith, and Adepti gathered here be enough to stop that god?
We've already discussed this together, and our conclusion is not necessarily.
What? But all of you are supposed to be the guardians of Liyue. Can't you think of something?
One certainly could.
Huh?
The Qixing did once research the matter of the Guizhong Ballista when it piqued their fancy. And as fate would have it, one who did craft the Guizhong Ballista with one's own hands is here. For what could you mortals ever learn of Adepti mechanisms? Yet, it would take one, but a little tinkering to turn this ballista into an engine of war beyond your wildest thoughts.
I suppose this is one blessing from the Adepti that we should be thankful for. So be it. We shall use the upgraded Guizhong Ballista to fight off that god. All the Adepti here can lend their strength to man it. We haven't a moment to spare. Our battle begins now.
Yep.
Ojo la Ningguang en modo Super Saiyan. vamos a darnos de tortas.
Do not let the Fatui disturb their work.
All able Millilith, with me! Let's go help too!
¿Tú a dónde vas?
We Adepti have not faced a god in several millennia. Let one see what you're made of then. What strength remains within you? What wishes to witness?
Let's move.
Oz, reveal thyself!
No rest for the wicked.
Race you! Oz, reveal thyself!
That is Osial's divine power. I am very familiar with it. Be careful not to get hit.
Vaya, ¿y cómo esquivó eso exactamente?
The Fatui! Their attacks are unrelenting!
How dare they? Snezhnai's diplomats will answer for this afterward. Every last one.
As you wish, maid Fräulein.
As a good night should. Steady as stone. The ancient gods attacking again! There are so many between two! We can't lose!
Were you about to say we can't hold them, children?
Huh?
Don't lose heart. Here, take this.
Bueno, a ver.
This is adeptal energy. That light from your body. It's like the tiny brilliant colors. Wow, it's Madame Ping's shockwave. This granny's really strong.
You're not going anywhere.
I'm surprised, Pim.
My work. Freshness preserved.
Steady as stone.
Shields roll.
You can't run!
No me congeles. Me va a cabrear. Me está cabreando. Me está cabreando.
With the blood of the Chilean, I guard you against evil. Cast your fear of injury by the wayside and fight with all your might. I too did this during the Archon War.
So this is what Ganya's like in a fight.
My name means swiftness. Take my power and run as I do.
We're going too fast.
You are strong in body and spirit. Perhaps you can withstand 3 forms of adeptal energy at once.
This will hurt a little. Please bear with us.
Once you've adapted, try to use them in battle.
Look at me.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
It's a good night show.
With the wind!
soothing stream for it, I think. This isn't good.
As a good night shield.
Fight on, comrades! Once we finish this lot off, the Adepti will be able to deal with the god in peace.
15 segundos.
The interlopers are no more. Now we may commit ourselves fully.
It's working! We just need to keep this up!
Be careful now.
The Guizhong Ballista is destroyed. Without its covering fire, retaliation shall be difficult.
But the Jade Chamber is our last line of defense. We can't give another inch, no matter what.
I have another idea.
What do you mean, Lady Ningguang?
I'll sacrifice the Jade Chamber.
What is the meaning of this?
I understand.
Traveler, lend me a hand. Farewell, old friend. Goodbye for now. Let us meet again in the future.
Todo el mundo ha salido ilesa, espectacular. Todos ilesos, ni un rasguño.
Is it finally over?
The ominous aura of that monster has indeed begun to fade. The effects of the Sigil of Permission last but a short time. It will be some time before the Overlord of the Vortex can make any waves again.
We are indebted to you for your assistance. If the Adepti hadn't happened to be here, the future of Liyue Harbor would surely have been in great jeopardy.
Save your flattery. We didn't just happen to be here. Surely you won't pretend to have forgotten the reason for which we came.
Come now. There's no need for such harsh words, Cloud Retainer. I've heard that when Ningguang began learning to do business, she had already started setting aside part of her then limited income in preparation for building the Jade Chamber. At first, it was only the size of a small room, but with continued expansion, it has become the palace that lies before you now. It is a testament to Ningguang's entire life, both as a businesswoman and as the backbone of the
No
Liyue
entiendo muy bien
Qixing.
este plano, pero bueno.
Seeing the Jade Chamber destroyed in the defense of Liyue means much to her. To me, such cooperation and sacrifice deserves at least
Esa lección
some
de plano.
recognition, don't you agree?
Well, I was really hoping you would say that such sacrifice could at least be used as some leverage in our negotiations. Thank you all for hearing me out. We know very well why the Adepti came here today. But please forgive us. We cannot yield to your wishes.
Oh?
3,700 years. According to our records, the Adepti signed a contract with Rex Lapis to protect Liyue 3,700 years ago. Even to this very day, Liyue and its lands have stood the test of time, immovable as stone, just as it was thousands of years before. This is truly no small feat. But that does not mean that the Liyue of today is the same city as it was all those years ago. Do not merely cast your protective gaze upon the land. Instead, focus your sights on our city and each of the citizens that dwell within it.
Are you questioning our means of protecting Liyue?
I mean no offense. I simply hope that our Adepti forebears would see Liyue in a new light.
Forebearers, you say? One doubts you would be fit to be part of such a lineage.
This morning, Rex Lapis appeared to me in a dream.
What?
In the dream, I yearned to tell him that we Qixing, though mortal, are equally bound to the contract. Each passing generation of the Qixing leaves many things of value to be inherited by the next generation. I also thought to tell him how the past generations of Qixing had strove under his rule to survive in our mortal world, establishing a network of contracts which has since come to be known as trade. But I dared not speak. I could only gaze at him in silence until the moment I awoke.
Oh, Ningguang.
Yet another perspective. What are you trying to say, Outlander?
Right! That's something that happened in Mondstadt. It's a story about the Four Winds and the people of the Animal Archon. The Animal Archon sought to quell the strife between the two sides, because he believed that such conflict would only scar the hearts of both. And
Each of the 7 nations has its own scars from the past.
Though your point is the very height of simplicity. As Adepti, we've become a laughingstock, to be chastised thus by an outlander who has lent us such succor.
All right, all right. Didn't Ningguang suggest that we should focus on the city and each of its citizens? I know I already have, so why not see for yourselves?
I apologize for appearing in full armor. I am afraid I cannot show the proper courtesies.
And who are you?
I am Feng Yan, a sergeant of the Millilith. I have come to extend my thanks to the Adepti. I thought this battle would perhaps be my last. But thanks to the aid of the Adepti, our forces were not as badly battered as I feared we might be. Although I am a mere mortal soldier, I promise to hold the line and never betray the grace given to us by the illuminated Adepti this day.
Huh? Why does everyone look so down? Didn't we just beat that big monster?
Weren't you frightened, dear? It was quite the predicament.
I wasn't afraid. All the strong Millilith guards were there, and those powerful heroes with their visions were there. Everyone was there. When danger is near, everyone always protects me. And the rest of the time, they make fun toys and tasty snacks and load things that make the harbor so pretty. Thanks for protecting Liyue Harbor. Please come visit us for the next lantern rite.
Unfortunately, we wouldn't be able to participate.
Huh?
Because we are Adepti.
Oh, okay. It must be hard being an Adeptus. Aww.
You see, this is what Liyue is like today. The country of contracts is grateful to the Adepti for their protection, but it is no longer necessary for the city to rely on the Adepti's power to solve every little niggling matter. Although their blood is weak, there is still strength to be found in those we call mortals. The time of contracts between gods and Liyue has long since passed. Now is the time of contracts between Liyue and its people.
Seeing the port around us now, it is hard not to feel a bit out of place. Wouldn't you say so, Cloud Retainer?
Your line of inquiry is askew. One did not spearhead this expedition to Liyue Harbor.
Seems like the Adepti have had a change of heart.
Let us return now.
Eager to leave, Conqueror of Demons.
Yes, one understands what the Conqueror of Demons means. The city of Liyue has changed much after our long separation. One fears that by the time one finally grasps the new contracts of Liyue, you humans would have once again changed the place beyond recognition. Fair enough. Away we shall, and return whence we came.
Since we Adepti have consensus, then one shall persist no further. But how will we ensure that the Liyue Qixing will not simply exploit their power once we depart? In my view, that is still a thing to be guarded against.
All right, Mooncarver, you needn't worry. It seems to me that this right of supervision is best left to the people of Liyue.
Looks like the conflict between humans and Adepti was avoided. All's well that ends well, huh? Oh, right! It's nice that we've got peace and all, but we're forgetting one thing. Child wanted to unleash the god so he could lure Rex Lapis out. But we were able to handle the Overlord of the Vortex on our own, so Rex Lapis never showed up. Oh, and speaking of that, don't we still need to get to the bottom of that Archon's death, too? Hyman doesn't get it. But isn't the strongest lead we have the Adeptiless rite of parting that we're organizing? No idea where Zhongli's gone. Let's ask for her now. Ocean Funeral.
Muchas cosas han pasado. Da una canción de Mortan a los lirios de cristal. Derrota a Childe. Haz que Osía, el señor del vórtice, se bate en retirada. Vale, Zhongli, ¿dónde está Zhongli? Ahí. Vale, voy a hacer TP, sí.
Is there anything I can do for you two? I'm afraid that Wangsheng Funeral Parlor isn't in the best state to receive guests.
We've come to see Zhongli. Could you please tell him we're here?
Unfortunately, Zhongli isn't here at the moment. It seems he went to Northland Bank.
Doesn't the Northland Bank belong to the Fatui? Last time we saw Zhongli was before we went to the Golden House. Do you think he doesn't know about the attack on Liyue? Visiting the Fatui at a time like this sure that everything is okay.
Join the
Vale,
adventurers.
ahora tenemos que ir. El banco del norte, ¿dónde estaba? Estaba por aquí abajo, ¿no?
You like cuisine is disgusting.
You call this cooperation between Harbingers? Cooperation involves communication, you know.
Don't take it to heart, child. Besides, aren't you happy that you got to skip the formalities and bring chaos to the land? I'm sure you must have enjoyed that. Oh, it seems that some of your friends have arrived.
Hey, it's Zhongli and Child. And you're also one of the Harbingers?
It's you two. I believe we've met once before. In the city of Bards, was it? I'm glad you still remember my name. Ah, right. I imagine that it must have been rather hard to forget watching helplessly as something precious was snatched away from your friend.
Well, if it isn't you two. This is our first time seeing each other since Liyue was nearly wiped off the map. This is certainly a bit awkward, wouldn't you say?
Paimon knew that we should never have trusted a Fatui Harbinger.
Oh, now don't say that. Sure, I may have misled you, but I never had anything against you personally. Besides, I thought we were getting along quite well together, didn't you? Except for that little tussle we had at the end. Nothing personal. We just have different views, that's all. Of course, you may very well hold this against me, but that's up to you. The real deceivers here are Senora and Zhongli. Curse them for leading me on. So actually, I think...
Stop wasting time, child. There'll be plenty of time to chat once I'm through here. You remember the agreement, Morax. Now, if you would be so kind. The Gnosis, please.
What in the world are you talking about?
The contract is fulfilled. That which thou seeketh is now bestowed unto thee. For my promise is solid as stone.
La tenía este.
How sanctimonious.
What? So you're the Lord of Chio? No, wait. That's an exciting twist and all, but why give the Gnosis to the Fatui?
I do not give it for free. I give it as agreed upon in the contract. For it is a matter solely between the Tsaritsa and I.
Yeah, you don't think you went a little bit too far with that whole fake death thing? Everyone was preparing the ceremony for you and splat! This big dragon falls out of the sky and all of Liyue goes into an uproar. Talk about a disaster.
Gathering all the forces that had been bubbling behind the scenes, and then stirring them together in a pot that was bound to boil over. That's what he wanted to see, am I right?
Wait, what?
Perhaps it's best that I explain. As you know, I've dwelt upon this world for more than 6,000 years. I witnessed the founding of Liyue, together with the Adepti 3,700 years ago. Even boulders that can withstand whirlpools will erode with the passing of time. I kept convincing myself that cracks had not begun to form, and that the end of my time had not yet come. Until one drizzly day, as I was strolling along the harbor, I heard a merchant tell one of his workers, "You finished your duties. Go ahead and call it a day. I stood motionless among the crowds, asking myself, have I already finished my duties?
Oh, Zhongli.
But as I began to consider relinquishing my divine role, I soon discovered that many reasons still remained to not hastily depart. Was Liyue, the city I had dwelt in for so long, already prepared to enter its next age? I decided that a test was needed in order to reveal the answer. So I feigned my own death, and gathered the cast of Child, the Adepti, and the Liyue Qixing to play their roles together on the stage that was... Indeed I was. The Gnosis, which I had kept for so many years, suddenly seemed to have lost its meaning. That's right. Which is why I continued to safeguard the Gnosis until now.
So you mean that if the chaos ever reached the point of no return, you would simply appear and use your divine powers to bring Liyue back under control?
Of course, and it would have been all too easy for him too. Just as a child quickly matures after losing their parents, so has Liyue matured when faced with the death of its deity.
I was pleasantly surprised with the finale of the show that you all put on. Why, you even deserved an encore. The Adepti deserve the greatest applause, considering their years of seclusion. They hardly recognized the city, yet faced with such a crisis, they exerted the greatest amount of restraint. Not only did they manage to cooperate with the Qixing, but in the end, they even tried to understand the heart of the people. And hats off to the emissary dispatched by the Cryo-Archon to fulfill our contract, Signora. She managed to keep everything she knew in strict confidence, far from the eavesdropping ears of her colleague Child, just as I had requested. All the while, I carried on as Zhongli, and fulfilled the traditions of Liyue in this mortal form. Thank you for walking that path with me, Traveler. These things were all a part of my script. The only unforeseen plot twist was the conduct of the Liyue Qixing. I had expected them to do no more than the Adepti, to come to the defense of Liyue. But when all was said and done, they seized the opportunity to supplant Liyue's divine protectors, and used the subsequent power vacuum left by my death to quickly gain complete control of Liyue.
Huh? That doesn't sound good at all.
On the contrary, I think it is excellent. I had always feared that it was too soon for them to take over from me. And it was also that which I longed for the most. As such, this is the best parting gift anyone could have given this god of old.
Hey, what about me? Doesn't anyone feel the least bit of remorse for deceiving me? You've practically kept me in the dark!
I think that thanks would be more appropriate. You certainly played no small part in all of this, wreaking havoc and turning the city upside down. The Lord of Geo ought to thank you for your performance, if anything. If you hadn't created the pressure of a battle between mortals, Adepti, and a god, the lump of coal resting in the hands of the Geo-Archon, Liyue would never have been able to become a dazzling diamond of a city.
Huh? Just whose side are you on, mocking me like that? Are you itching for a fight? Be that as it may, you've come out of this as the hero of Liyue. I, on the other hand, will be forever prescribed as a disturber of the peace, no?
Well then, with the Gnosis in my possession, I have no use for such idle chatter. We should return to Zapoljarny Palace and seek an audience with Her Majesty, the Tsaritsa. Come, Child.
Fine. I'll meet you there later. I'm not sharing a boat with the likes of you.
Do as you wish.
Now then,
muy confuso la
is
trama.
there anything else you wish to ask me?
Right! As Zhongli always told us, a good trade is a fair trade. Paimon has no idea what could be a good trade for a Gnosis.
Realistically speaking, there is no such thing.
Huh?
However, I am the god of contracts. For thousands of years, I have made countless contracts. If the deal was of no benefit, then I certainly would not be inclined to agree to it. My agreement with the Cryo-Archon will be the last of my contracts as the Geo-Archon. My contract to end all contracts. As for the bargaining chip that the Tsaritsa used to balance the scales, uncover that answer for yourself in your future journeys.
Eso es mucho rollo, es como... Primero te hacen creer una cosa, luego era no, era otra, y al fin es un lío de personajes. No sé, muy complejo. Podrían haber simplificado mucho más. Sueltan muchos rollos. Pero bueno.
Today's the day of the rite of parting. Although the star of the show is fake, we've spent so much time trying to organize it, it would be a real shame not to go there now.
Necesitaría peces. Queda un poco anticlimático, pero necesito los peces de verdad.
Well, since we're going through with this rite of parting, I guess it means that those rumors hit the nail on the head.
So Rex Lapis is really... But they didn't catch the culprit, did they?
Oh, come on. Do you think that the assassin could have been a normal person? You know what I think. I don't think any of the gossip on the streets you hear from those shady types is worth anything. There's only one real possibility in my mind. I've heard that the assassin was that Fatui fellow. Youngish, pretty high in rank. I think they called him Child.
The Fatui? They certainly are very suspicious. Who knows what those greedy, crooked folks...
Shh! Lower your voice. If the Fatui catch you in their sights, Rex Lapis won't be around to protect you this time.
Voy a coger todo esto porque lo necesito. ¿Peces? Sí, hay peces. Pues voy a ir a por los peces. Ahí no parece que haya nada.
You know that god from the ocean couldn't have just shown up out of nowhere. I mean, it's been 2,000 years since Rex Lapis subdued it.
Yes, and to think that this happened right on the heels of the incident with Rex Lapis, too.
Say, do you think the person who assassinated our lord and released that evil god might have been one and the same?
Now that you mention it, that's very possible. Yes, it's very possible indeed. I mean, it all fits together. That person must have colluded with the evil god to harm Rex Lapis. Oh, that wicked, black-hearted scoundrel. Still, what sort of supernatural prowess must this person possess to be able to do such things? I have never heard of such a person in all my years.
Ah, forget it. Guessing's no use to us. Look, the Millilith over there looks like he's about to make an announcement. Let's hear what the Ministry of Civil Affairs has to say first.
A ver, la geoarmada.
Hear ye all! The Qixing's words. Though a dragon soars ageless as the mountains, it too must return to dust. This is common knowledge. Gods and Adepti live glorious lives, but both light and shadow have their season. So too must they face divinely appointed trials. Rumors and hearsay abound on the streets that Rex Lapis was murdered. Now, let the truth be revealed. Having been thwarted in his trial, Rex Lapis's soul has recouped the celestial heights. He beseeches the people of Liyue to grieve not and to let not their hearts be saddened. Nor are they to believe street-born rumors or indulge in baseless speculation.
Paimon needs a translation on what the Qixing's announcement said. So that's how they're spinning it. Something feels off. Why would they suddenly give up looking for the murderer? Not to mention how this excuse sounds like something they just made up on the spot. Could the Qixing already have known that Rex Lapis wasn't dead? But Zhongli said that neither they nor the Adepti knew anything. Did Zhongli tell them in secret after his gnosis changed hands? Exactly, right? Ooh, seems like the rite of parting has been going on for a while now. Let's go have a look. Look, it's Ningguang and Keqing. Are they saying something? Are their speeches over?
As said previously, Rex Lapis's soul returning to the heavens is the end of the contract. And it is also the end of an era.
3,700 years of contracts burnt and reduced to ash.
We, the people of Liyue, were indeed prosperous. But blinded by our prosperity, we forgot that time can be pitiless.
The long, unending dream of our Archon walking among us.
Now that we have awoken from our dream, we must learn to say farewell. Will you stand with us as we re-establish our contracts? As we build a new age of prosperity?
So concludes the words of Her Eminence the Tianquan. Does Her Eminence the Yuheng have anything to add?
Huh? Is she looking this way?
Traveler.
Yikes! She really is looking our way!
Is that the traveler who they say defeated the ancient god?
So young.
The Liyue Qixing always repay their debts. And as you have heard, our eyes see far and our reach is long. Name your price. You deserve that much.
Whoa!
A ver. Encontrar a la hermana.
Well, could you help me put up some missing person posters?
Increíble. Segunda vez que le escuchamos hablar. El último adiós. Habla con la gente que asistió al rito.
And to think I'd put my best perfume on before coming here, thinking you'd like it.
Pero
But
bueno.
it seems as if those perfumes really were meant to be offered to Rex Lapis. Well, that's fine.
Suffer no rivals in love, they say. And that's 3 gone in 1 stroke.
Pero bueno, señora, ¿cómo tira ficha?
As for the mortals and adepti of Liyue, what shape shall our relationship take from now on?
Rex Lapis, Rex Lapis. Now that I think about it, if everyone's of the same mind as me, perhaps mementos for Rex Lapis might be the best short-term business opportunity.
Busca Zhongli.
Hey, Zhongli! Look at this. Everyone in Liyue is caught up in their emotions, thinking that they'll never see Rex Lapis again. And here you are looking all relaxed.
Why would I not feel more at ease after laying down the burden I have borne for 3,700 years? Right. If the two of you can spare the time, I should treat you to a meal at the Xinyue kiosk.
Ha! That sounds like big talk, Zhongli. Paimon might have believed you if you were treating us to some third-round knockout, but you'd have to pay out your nose just to stand inside Xinyue kiosk. Are you sure you can afford it?
You're right. I do lack the Mora.
But why would Morax lack Mora?
As the Rex Lapis Morax, I can easily create Mora. But since I have chosen to walk this earth as the mortal Zhongli, I should abide by the same rules that mortals do. When I was journeying with you, though I still had the Gnosis in hand, I knew that I must soon retire from my role as an Archon. So I had to rehearse a little for my new life.
Oh, no wonder! Paimon gets it now. You didn't look at the price tags when we were spending because you've never had to. But since you weren't used to not being able to just make more Mora as and when you wanted to, you had to try becoming a parasite to society who lives off of other people's credit.
Well, we were only spending Fatui money. You don't have to say it like that. In the City of Commerce, we do not merely exchange money or goods. We also exchange knowledge, memories, and foresight, as well as positions, roles, and lives. The Archon Morax could never experience life as the true mortal Zhongli could, no matter how many times he descended to be with his people. I must thank you for that. I will treasure the memories that I made as Zhongli, traveling the streets of Liyue with you. That is true. But there is no journey that does not end. No meetings without partings.
Paimon thinks that we should make a move and continue our search for the 7.
I fear that continuing your journey may be difficult. The nation that neighbors Liyue by sea, Inazuma, is presently closed.
Futuro DLC, Ciudad Inazuma.
Yes. The nation has been closed by order of its deity, the Electro-Archon Ball.
Electro.
And just as the people of Liyue preferred to call me Rex Lapis, she too goes by another name among locals
será la
in
próxima
Inazuma.
expansión, la nueva ciudad.
Paimon
Con el
thinks we've heard that one
Electro.
before. Raiden?
That is the case. And since Raiden is also the shogun of the Inazuma Bakufu, people call her the Raiden Shogun.
That said, though people at the wharf were saying that the situation in Inazuma is very tense, Paimon doesn't remember that always being the case. It wasn't that bad last year. Zhongli, since you're Rex Lapis, Shouldn't you know something about what's happening there? Just how did Inazuma become a closed nation?
It's because of visions.
Visions?
When faced with circumstances beyond their control, humans often bemoan their lack of power. But if a person shows true strength of will at a desperate and fateful moment in their life, the gods will look upon them with favor. This is what visions are. Magical foci bestowed upon those who have been acknowledged by the gods.
Uh-huh. That's how people in Teyvat see it.
But starting from last year, the Raiden Shogun began promulgating the Vision Hunt Decree.
Vision Hunt Decree?
Yes. It was an order to seize all visions within Inazuma's borders, and to inlay them upon the hands of a statue of the 1,000-armed, 100-eyed god.
They want to seize visions. But why? Aren't visions blessings from the gods?
I should think that in the Raiden Shogun's eyes, it is precisely because they are divine blessings that they should be under the sole dominion of divinity.
Whoa, that's harsh.
The Animo Archon is the god of freedom, and the Geo Archon is the god of contracts. For her part, the Raiden Shogun is the god of eternity. It seems as though she has finally decided to eliminate any unstable elements that could pose a threat to her eternal realm. The fact that even I, the oldest of the 7, have now passed away, will only strengthen her resolve to pursue eternity. Knowing her, she must have again quoted that adage she is most fond of when proclaiming that decree to her people. 7 ideals for 7 gods, and of these, eternity is nearest unto heaven. All right then. Was there anything else you wish to know? Ah, that was a good one. Failing a divine trial. How they came up with that excuse, I will never know. That said, the reason why the Qixing were so eager to resolve the incident and stop pursuing the culprit was indeed because they received news in secret that Rex Lapis was not dead. I hinted as much to the Adepti as well. How did I accomplish that, you ask? Have you ever heard of this particularly convenient Adepti art known as gifting dreams and visions? All right then. Was there anything else you wish to know?
Yeah, about that. Before the Qixing made their announcement, we listened to a lot of people talking on the way. Most of them put the blame for everything on Child.
These are indeed false accusations. But it remains undeniably true that Child did send people to the Jade Chamber to prevent the Adepti and the Qixing from defeating the ancient god. I've heard that Ningguang is busy milking that for all it's worth on the foreign relations front at the moment, browbeating the envoys of the Fatui. Ha! Those poor Snezhnayan diplomats. If it were not for Child's exalted position as a harbinger, I'm certain that they would have shifted all the blame to him and called for his dismissal by now. All right then. Was there anything else you wish to know? Well then, I suppose you'll have to find a way to get inside this closed nation. Have patience. I suspect that some serendipity must first come into play.
Misión completada. Ojo, me han dado un para levelear al personaje de Geo. Una vez hecho esto, ya está. No hay historia principal. Ya no hay historia principal. Solo hay más misiones legendarias de mierda. Que no voy a hacer ahora. Ni mucho menos. Pero ya no hay misiones de la... Ya no hay historia principal. Ya hemos acabado la historia principal. Hasta que añadan... Ya simplemente hasta que añadan el nuevo contenido con la nueva ciudad, que por lo visto va a ser de Electro, pero ya está. He visto por aquí eventos. Ha sido cosa mía. Vale, si me pone que hay eventos abajo. Vamos a echar un vistazo. Mucha gente se está interesando en la historia de Lilia, muchas maneras me tienden a comprar libros, ¿no? Vale, llevar un libro a no sé quién. ¿Qué más misiones hay por aquí? Vale. Más misiones. Voy a aceptar todas las misiones, no las voy a hacer ahora ni mucho menos. Además son misiones secundarias que no tienen ninguna importancia. Simplemente las voy a aceptar para tenerlas y ya las iré haciendo cuando me apetezca. Esto ya la compré el prototipo de lanza. No puedo comprarle más. Solo puedo comprar mora. Ok, entonces ahora si abro el mapa no tengo nada. Ya está, no tengo nada en el mapa. No tengo ningún punto al que ir, ningún objetivo. Puedo coger las recompensas de reputación. Ah, bueno, mira, tengo aquí un evento. Pero ya está. Vamos a coger todas las misiones aquí de evento que haya. Ya digo, no para hacerlas ahora, sino para hacerlas cuando... fuera de cámara, seguramente cuando sea. Pero ya está, hasta que no metan así más contenido no volveré a hacer directo, supongo. No tengo nada de lo que... Porque simplemente, bueno, haré directos. No sé si haré directos, pero vamos, lo que haré ahora en el juego simplemente será eso. Pues de vez en cuando hacer las misiones diarias, farmear materiales para levelear personajes y me dedicaré, supongo, a eso, a levelear al resto de personajes. Que tampoco tengo mucho más que hacer. Intentaré levelear a los personajes todo lo que pueda y ya está. Para que cuando metan nuevo contenido, pues estemos preparados. Pero poco más. Tengo que buscar también los objetos estos que me faltan, los coleccionables que me faltan. Y poco más. Me están saliendo ahora un montón de misiones de evento. Gato de color gris.
Add Astra.
Vale, tengo recompensas aquí, se supone. Ya está, por haber completado esa misión. Todavía aquí un montón de misiones. Tengo un montón de misiones aquí que no sé cómo desbloquearlas. Las peticiones ciudadanas están. Vamos a Mondstadt. Que se supone que tengo también misiones ahí. Vamos, recompensas de esto, pero nada importante, supongo. Pero bueno, parece que hasta aquí. Este va a ser el último directo de Genshin Impact, por lo menos en un tiempo. Me parece a mí. No sé cuándo meterán el nuevo contenido, pero vamos, imagino que por lo menos un mes faltará. Si acaban de meter el contenido este de la... Se acaban de meter el contenido de la montaña nevada y todo esto. Me quedan 4 misiones. He desbloqueado esto. Plano, bolsita nutritiva, no sé qué es eso de bolsita nutritiva. Tengo 97% explorado. ¿Qué es esto de bolsita nutritiva? No sé qué. Tengo un deseo. Un objeto con el que comer más rápido. Un poco random. Fragmento de monolito. Tras derrotar a Fial, el señor del vórtice. Bueno, nos dan aquí el objeto. ¿Cuánto dinero tengo? ¿De dónde he sacado 1.000.000? What? No recuerdo. What? ¿De dónde he sacado 1.000.000 de moras de repente? Ah, bueno, me faltan unas así cosas por hacer, ¿eh? Necesito encontrar un cofre de estos para abrir una puerta en la montaña nevada. Hay alguna cosilla por ahí pendiente, pero ya digo, no creo que haga directo. Que será algo muy simple. Entonces no creo que haga directo. Tengo 2 iguales. 23 de defensa. Necesito defensa en porcentaje. Esto, defensa en porcentaje. Esto para Noel me viene genial. Pero bueno, de momento esto nada por aquí. Ya está, iba a darme una vuelta por aquí a ver si se me ocurre algo que pueda hacer, pero es que creo que ya está todo. Literalmente creo que ya está todo, no tengo nada que hacer. Lo cual me da un poco de pena, pero... Es así, no tengo así prácticamente nada que hacer hasta que no metan nuevo contenido. Así que nada, supongo que haré directos de Hades estos días. Pero nada, misiones de mundo que ya las iré haciendo tranquilamente cuando me vaya apeteciendo. Las misiones legendarias no voy a hacerlas en directo porque ya hemos visto hoy que eran bastante aburridas. Eran bastante aburridas, así que no creo que las haga en directo. Y ya está, poco más, así que nada, me despido por aquí. Estoy como constantemente mirando a ver si hay algo, qué tal, pero es que no, lo tengo todo. Estoy al día, que estoy al día. Así que nada, lo dejo por aquí. Imagino que haré más directos de Hades hasta que metan nuevo contenido del Genshin. No tengo así ningún juego en mente, no tenía pensado acabar el Genshin ya. No tengo ningún juego en mente que diga, vale, cuando acabe el Genshin voy a probar este juego. Me ha pillado un poco por sorpresa, la verdad, si yo soy sincero. Pero bueno, ya no sé, seguiré, imagino que haré directo de Hades. Si descubro algún juego así que me apetece jugar, pues probaremos otros juegos. Pero en principio ya está, así que nada, me despido por aquí. Un saludo a la gente que se ha pasado por el directo y nos vemos en el próximo. Adiós.